So, hello, welcome to session 19, I think, of Drowned Rats.
Hello.
Say hello, everyone, if you want.
Hello.
No one be fooled. Just because we are recording does not mean that we are at any point on time. This is an hour.
This is 4 days past the starting point. We've been sitting here talking about the new world building stuff for that long. We haven't eaten. 2 of us have died off. Which one?
How
Well,
dare
you'll
you?
find
I'm
that out
eating
later.
pizza right now.
Sometimes I can still hear his voice.
Fuck you.
Right, yes. So we're recording today because my internet is being garbage. But yes, we're here. So, let's have a quick recap. By
For Scott.
Well, Scott was here last. Scott was silently listening in to everything last
Scott,
session.
would you like to tell your
So
disembodied recollection?
Scott could do the recap if he feels brave.
No, sorry, not doing that.
But yeah, we're joined by a new player, Scott, who will hopefully
Not dying the first time.
join the session. This session.
Sorry guys, have to go, just I'm dying.
And what else? Yeah, okay. So recap. We're still kind of halfway through downtime, unfortunately.
But it's action downtime.
Well, we're doing like scenes between downtime.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess the shortest version of the recap, because yeah, we are running a bit late, is Romienji and Edvard went off and tried to find the golem and tried to dig it out of the mud, and now they're trying to figure out how to fix it. And just before that, Romienji had another dream about magic stuff, and made an important decision. Meanwhile, Astor went back to the Church of the Optical God and found a demon boyfriend.
Excuse me, they're called sugar daddies?
Call Dahlia.
And what else? Odelle and Edvard had a little chat. And then they all went... No, not all. Astor and Odelle went to Axford, where they found out... Well, they were going to get the orphans back from Caramore and pull the golem and take them back home to their parents or families. And then they found out that the Baron of Axford... so correction from last week, I think I said Count, but we've decided now that they're a Baron. Is trying to raise an army for some reason, and needs or wants every able-bodied man and woman of age, which in Bermexia, since since the general population reach maturity at like 8 years old compared to a human, most of these children are technically now adults, and live in a relatively feudal system, and so drafting like this is pretty common. And Astor and Odelle are not too happy about that. Yeah. So, another kind of change that has happened since last session is we've now decided that the Roden are in fact anthropomorphic Pika instead of rats and mice.
I thought we said that they were just like in general rodents of some type. Just that Odelle specifically.
No, they're I guess like lagomorphs, which includes Pika and rabbits, but not rodents.
I see.
So rodent is probably the wrong word to use to refer to them, and that's going to get confusing. But oh well.
Let it ride, Will. Let it ride.
Yeah.
Now they're all super cute, Pika.
Blame Jen.
Pikachu.
Have you guys ever fucking seen a Pika?
Yes.
If you haven't, go to Google right now and just type in the word Pika, P-I-K-A, and you will see what you have been missing out on.
God, I've seen them before, but I did it anyway, just so I can enjoy myself. Take a moment, you know?
They're really cute.
They are, yeah.
They remind me of marmosets, but with, like, bigger ears and a more roundish shape.
Anyway, now I'm a mutant Pika with a long tail for some reason, because I just like long tail.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And is that it? Am I forgetting anything?
I don't think so.
I
that
don't
might be it.
think so. There
Okay.
was the golem thing, but we talked about that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Okay. And yes, like I said, we're joined by new player Scott, who is actually going to be playing a returning character from a previous campaign, Svala, from the Fortitude campaign, like 2 years ago, or however long ago it was.
It's like a millennia.
Except it's not really a returning character because that never existed. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it did, but it didn't. It like the events happened in some form, but there's retconning. So yeah. So yeah, Svaler is the same character, but a little bit different from when we last saw her be played.
Yeah.
So that's okay. And yeah, so let's read beliefs. And oh yeah, one last thing to retcon is I think I said Axford was like 5 days walk away from Caramel, and I'm realizing that that's actually quite a long way. So we'll shorten that to like a day and a half or something if you stick to the roads.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay, yeah. So, also that doesn't cut into your downtime too much. Because otherwise, like, 30% of your downtime would just be spent traveling. Okay, yeah, so... yeah, let's read beliefs. So, Odelle, why don't you go first?
Hello. Alright, so first belief stays the same. With the dam newly open, it may attract others who could seek to use it for their own ends. The dam must be protected and fortified, even if I must be the one to do it myself. Belief number 2, this is a new one. The Baron must be missing true faith if he is willing to act in this fashion. I will bring him the light of Acer and let him know true divinity. So I'm going to convert the Baron, or I'm going to at least try it. That'll be fun. Belief number 3, also a new one. I will not stand for the injustices of the Baron of Axford. I will not let the children of Colmagal be taken away from their parents, even if I must defend them with my body. Yeehaw.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
That one will also be fun. I'm just a fun person, guys.
Right, so my first belief is I will talk to Odelle about the dream I had. With any luck, we can interpret its meaning.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully we can get to that to this session. Hopefully. We'll
Yeah,
see.
hopefully.
And then second is now that my wounds are healed, which they're not technically at this point, I will return to the dam and learn about these flying machines. And then third one, which is the one we're currently on, is I wish to learn more about the golems that are purifying the water in the dam. If we learn more, we can potentially move the golems back to the dam to start purifying the water again.
Cool.
Yeah.
And Svala, let's hear your beliefs next.
My beliefs. There's a ruckus being caused on the outskirts of town. I'll investigate what's going on and see if I can help. Belief 2. Caramore has recently had issues with flooding. Up until now, I've been unable to help. I shall pack some supplies and head over there to assess the damages and see if I can provide aid to the people with my craft. And then belief 3. As the last of my people, I shall honour their memory, not with violence or lies, but instead by crafting things in memorial of them.
Cool. And your instincts. Actually, yeah, go through your whole character sheet because we haven't seen Svala before.
Okay. Instincts. Instinct 1. Always listen to what others have to say. Instinct 2. I shall never raise my fists against others. Instinct 3. If anyone is in immediate danger, I shall place myself between them and harm. For character traits, it's Drop Dead Gorgeous, Shows No Fear, and Broken In, which removes all traits relating to noble lineage, if any. Otherwise, it's just a normal character trait.
Yep.
Then there's my die traits, which is Teskin, which is my racial one, which just means that I have massive stature, a standing stride of 7, and all my stat caps are 7. And I also have swimming as an innate skill.
Yeah, so you're a human ultimately, but Teskin is your race basically.
Yep. I have massive stature. Then I have eagle-eyed, which counts extreme ranges as optimal and range and cover. Hard as nails, which allows me to ignore 1 wound per conflict as long as the die penalty is not greater than my current will.
On that one,
Hmm?
just I may have to double check, or we can do it if and when you use it. I think it means it's like it gives you a free like gritting the teeth, right? It doesn't.
Yeah,
like,
I think that's
it doesn't instantly heal a wound.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't instantly heal the wound. Yeah, it was just that it just allows me to like grit my teeth for it.
Yeah.
Tough, which allows me to round up when calculating my mortal wound. Great Soul Incarnate of the Sun, which gives me the breath attribute, and all my stat caps, all my natural stat caps are raised by 1. It gives me +1 health, and gives me +1 to health and steel and character burner. Then I have Disciple of Endurance, which open ends all fort and fort rooted skills and gives me a +1 mortal wound.
Mm-hmm.
I have Hero, which is a free 1 die reputation, mine's being last surviving mammoth tribe brave. And then Vigor of Youth, biologically immortal, I don't age beyond 35 in character creation. Twist of Fate, which this is a call-on which acts, this counts as a call-on for any die of fate roll I roll, and for gambling skills as long as it's a game of chance.
Cool.
And then I have a relationship.
And you have a relationship with an old mentor.
Rodan.
And oh yeah, it's not marked. Yeah, you should have an affiliation, 1 die affiliation with some crafters guild, right?
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
That first instinct is gonna get you in a lot of trouble.
The always listen to what others have to say.
Yeah.
Uh,
Like, you would think that the put myself in between harm's way is gonna be the one, but no, that first one.
yeah.
You play that right. That could get you in a load of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. Yeah. So if it wasn't clear from all of that magic traits and shit, Svala is probably one of the yeah, I'd say almost certainly the most powerful character in the party right now, or will be when she joins, because she is an incarnate.
She also refuses to fight, which makes her useless.
Ironically, yes.
Now. That might be true, but
And I skipped past Astor and Edvard at the start, so let's do them now. Astor.
okay. My first belief reads as follows. My own shortcomings haunt me, but a new path has been presented. I will increase my knowledge of the demons and magic relating to them, focusing on my contract with Dahlia, the demon that we had last session, to find out if I should release them to prevent the mistakes of the past from reoccurring.
Cool.
And the other one relating to the army is the man from the army is trying to take children to their ranks. I've witnessed the devastation of war firsthand and will not let this happen at any cost. I will try to distract the recruiters while the children slip away. And the second one is same as, basically, I want to get a spirit to regrow the forest.
Yeah. Alright, yep. And your instincts are all the same, right?
Yep, there is one thing that has changed. Somehow there's a spooky aura about Astor now. No one knows why. That's all I'm gonna say. I have the spooky trait.
Do you?
Yep. I don't know how it got
that's
there.
okay. Looks
It's there now.
suspiciously at will.
And Edvard. Lucian,
fallen asleep
why do you
again.
do this every time, Lucian?
I'm here.
When I say your name, it's like roll call, you know? You gotta...
Well, I don't always hear what you tell me because my internet is shit. You know, sometimes that happens.
No, it just seems like every time I'm going through the list and we're doing beliefs and then I say your name, it's just silence.
We are so boring. He's legitimate.
Internet always just disconnects at that one point to spite you with. Like Lucian's
I
internet
wouldn't be
knows.
surprised if it does.
Lulu actually unplugs
Okay.
his own router.
I
Every
don't
time
even
you speak,
have a router.
No wonder
slaps the
your
keyboard
internet's
every
shit.
so often. Yeah, how are you talking to us? Is this like a tin can setup right now?
Are you still on dial-up?
Practically, I'm connected through my phone. Remember?
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
We got some networking.
I've said this several times at this point.
Well, Will might not have
I
known,
connect
but we do.
I
internet
didn't know
through
that.
my phone.
Like, I don't think Will knows that,
I didn't
but yeah,
know
let's
that, no.
continue.
That's impressive in a really sad way.
Yeah, it's impressive that I'm even talking to you.
Evolve, adapt, overcome.
It's that bad. Okay. So belief 1 is not currently written. It's not finished yet. I'm still working on that one. But it's not going to come up anytime in this session, so I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
Belief 2, the golem we found in that graveyard is far too heavy to lift. I'd like to find a way to move it without too much manual labor.
Okay, yeah, so on this one, probably, I would say...
But, it's possible that my next belief might help with that. Belief 3, I haven't seen the massive bird that seems to be inhabiting these.
Stop!
Adapt.
I'd
No!
like...
No!
I'd like to find a way to get rid of it for good, so that we can launch that airship we found in the dam. Maybe using explosives.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna try to tame the fucking bird. And get
No,
it
I want to kill the fucking bird. Why would I want to tame it?
Okay.
to have
I
it
have an
lift the
airship.
golems.
No, I expect it to do that on its own.
What?
Well,
I mean,
I'm gonna
okay, I
add
know.
it as bait, and I'm gonna have it lift it.
Okay,
I know-
right.
I know what you're
I
doing.
would add that. So, yeah, what I was gonna say for the second belief is, I would like to find a way to move it, is like too vague for sort of knowing whether you've actually succeeded or not.
Well, before I had it as, I wonder if there's a way to move it.
You keep
that's
raising,
even worse.
You keep raising beliefs that are like not strong enough from that point of view. So probably changing it to like.
I will move it.
Either. I will. Well, yeah. I think the important bit really is the find a way.
So that
bit. Well, yes, but also the find a way bit is like, you know, like, is the belief complete when you've found a way to move it, or is the belief complete once you've moved it? You know. So I would change that to.
I mean,
I will move it to a specific location without like avoiding manual labor or something.
Xerion died. He's gone. Oh, his PC just crashed. Okay.
Oh, no, never mind. my connection info got really good for like 2 seconds and then went shit again. So
okay. So like that.
Wait, click away. I will move the golem. Oh, you want to move it to caramel? Okay. Without.
Yeah, without the use of manual labor.
Okay. Why do you want to move it to caramel?
Well, that's where we wanted it, isn't it?
No, we want to add the dam.
You want
But
to
if we
purify the water.
But there's no point putting it at the dam because the dam's empty. Whereas if we take it down to caramel, we can purify the water in the lake.
Well, if the goal, I'm assuming, would be to eventually get all the golems back, or as many golems as you can, back to the dam. That way you can potentially get the dam running again. Because the dam itself can probably be repaired. That's
Yeah, but if we don't clear out all the black stuff in the lake, then there's not much point fixing
the lake is
dam.
huge.
Well, the lake the lake is above the dam.
No, we're talking about the lake that's on Caramore.
We're talking about the Sea of Souls.
The Sea of Souls.
The Sea of Souls is like big enough that it's not going to legitimately matter. It is not a word.
Yeah, no. So the dam, the remains of the dam, the remains of the lake is drained, but there is like a bit left, I guess. So there is like.
Okay. I've switched it to the dam.
Yeah, the lake won't be big
honestly,
enough to.
The entirety of the past couple of sessions, I've assumed, or I've been listening and I've been thinking, well, we'll just move the golem to the lake and clear the stuff up, clear up the gunk in the Sea of Souls.
No, it's like trying to clean up the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, yeah. No, the Sea of Souls is like the size of the Caspian Sea or something. Or the Black Sea. It's pretty huge.
Yes.
Well, it's essentially become Black Sea now.
But yeah,
no, it's good. That's one conversation that Romienji and Odelle had, was that the Sea of Souls is made of fresh water, so it's fine.
Yeah.
They can actually get their drinking water from it if they just go a little bit farther away.
Yeah.
From the actual city itself. That was how we solved it.
Yep.
That was a while ago.
That was a while ago.
Yeah.
I remember. I recall.
Oh yeah, one last like mechanics update is, well, I guess two. First is I've changed how magic works again, but not by much.
Thanks, Bob.
It's basically I've just removed the affiliation stuff and changed it to like set lists. So we need to at some point, Jen. We still need to figure out what your spell list is, and I think that will tie in with figuring out the pantheon stuff for your religion, because there's sort of two ways you can do it. You can either work out what your pantheon is and then decide what spells that would give you, or you can decide what spells you want and figure out which gods they belong to.
Okay.
So, for example, we know for sure that Odelle has like blessed hands and such as glare.
Right.
But we don't know. You can get up to 10. So there's like 8 others that we need to decide. Oh, and fear, I guess. So 7 others. Anyway, what else? Oh yeah, and I gave up on my Wisers hack. So you have your Wisers back.
Why'd you give up
Oh,
on it?
okay.
They're in skills like they used to be.
No, but why did you give up on it?
I won't get into it, but the short version is just a bit more thinking about it and some conversations with people on the Burning Wheel Discord.
Right. Should I put my guardwise routines back?
Let me check the archive. Did you have routines? Let's see.
I thought I did because I checked guardwise like when we did the dam.
Let's have a little look. Oh yeah, so you have 1 difficult Guardswise test.
Okay.
According
And then I don't
according
think
to
I
the
have
archive.
anything. I can't remember if I have sea wise because I think that we checked that for the Sea of Souls.
Doesn't. There's nothing marked on the archive.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah. And there's nothing
then I
for
don't think-
bribery wise. Yeah.
No, we haven't gotten into that because we've
You
Yeah.
haven't bribed anybody.
And Astor didn't have any Wisers, and Edvard had Family Secrets Wise, but didn't test it at any point. So, yeah. Cool.
okay.
Well, I never had a reason to test
well,
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's kind of the thing about Wisers, is that they're very specific, and you may never actually get to use them.
Oh, should we have Dragon Wise again?
No,
As
no,
being
that
learned?
that test got cancelled. Remember?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Okay. Right. So let's jump into the scene. In Axford, or just outside of Axford, in the orphanage, with the kids and Odelle and Astor. And so there's a lot of ruckus going on. There's children running up to their parents or their caretakers. You know, some of them are crying, some of them are laughing. There's kids getting lined up by
Who's that going?
Kids getting lined up by the recruiters and the soldiers who are eyeing up the ones that are old enough to fight and putting them in a different group. And some of them are crying, some of them are excited. Clearly Talker is one of the ones who's excited. And oh wait, Xerion still isn't back. Shit.
Yeah, he's not back yet. He's switching to his laptop.
Ah, okay. Okay, in that case, since Xerion will need to be in that scene, let's go to Romienji and Edvard first then.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the last thing that happened was that the golem rolled into the river.
Yes, you'd made a ditch digging test, and you had successfully, what was it, with Arthur or something, you managed to...
Yeah, because I got I got
yeah,
3
you
6s,
saved.
so I...
Yeah.
Yep.
So you managed to roll it. So yeah, it got stuck in the mud when you first fought it, and the water level was a bit higher. So when you returned back, it was kind of up the hill a bit relative to the water. Now that it had drained away somewhat. So yeah, you dug it out, and it rolled down the hill, and splished into the water. and is kind of getting, I guess, partially cleaned by the flow of the water now. And it has not reawoken, which was one of the failure consequences, wasn't it? Cool. So yes, the golem is now in the river. So, and it's you and Edvard, and it's kind of mid-afternoon or something. So, what are you two doing next?
I want to. So is the golem face down still, or is it like because it rolled? Is it?
Yeah. So it rolled. It was buried face first or gullet first into the mud. It had kind of eaten a load of mud, which blocked up all its pipes and stuff. And so then,
but it's in the water
now. It rolled down. Let's say, so it's at the bottom of the river now, with either on its side or face up or something.
Okay. Because I'd like to have Romienji try the Seraaron language on the golem again.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because I know last time that tried to power it up and stuff. So maybe now that it's in the river, the mud can get washed away with the water and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we'll say it's on its side. And the water is flowing over it. You can see the mud is getting washed off somewhat. And probably yeah, okay, so I think what I'll say is you first spend I don't think there's a test for this, but you'll need to do this, I think. Or you figure out that you probably need to do this. That so you spend a few unless Edvard objects because he doesn't want to do manual labor, you probably need to help it clean out the tubes in some fashion, which will involve jumping in the river and using a stick or something and poking it down the pipes to help unclog them.
Listen, if he doesn't want to do it, I'll just do it myself.
Yeah. So that'll take a little while. But after, let's say an hour or so of basically holding your breath, taking a plunge with a big stick and shoving it down the pipes and trying to dislodge the mud and dirt and stuff with the water helping to make it budge out, and then coming back up to air and rinse and repeat. You then think it's sort of in a position where you could try and get it to do something again. And let me double check beliefs. So Edvard wants to figure out how to move it back to the dam. And you just your priority with belief 3 is to just learn more about it. currently. Is
Yeah,
that right?
if we learn more, we can move them back to the dam. So it's like a two-part, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Um. Okay. Yeah. So whilst you're cleaning this stuff out, I guess between coming up for breaths and whatever, or taking breaks, because it's probably quite exhausting.
Mm.
You and Edvard should probably have a chat about what your plan is,
Right.
because you both have belief written about this, and it's not my job to tell you what to do. So.
Mhm.
So, Edvard's in this situation. Edvard is probably just going to be sitting on the bank of the river. He's got his coat off. He's just sort of lounging on the riverbank in the sun, just sort of sitting there, not a care in the world. What is Romienji? What is Romienji's reaction to this?
He has come to expect this kind of behavior from Edvard, so he's just kind of ignoring him at this point. um, but he's taking a break from cleaning out the pipes, and he's kind of like shaking the water out of like his fur and stuff. And he joins Edvard on the bank and like sits and says, "So my plan is to bring this thing back to the dam, but I'm not completely sure how we're gonna do that yet. You have any ideas?"
Edvard just sort of sighs and thinks to himself, and then says, and then he cracks a joke. He says, "Could get the bird to carry it. Carried us all the way there." And then
Last
he
time,
laughs.
Romienji just says, last time it nearly tried to do it a second time, and that nearly cost us a lot. But solid idea, I guess. Trying to look on the bright side of things, he is. um, he mentions last time Astor had interpreted the symbol on its back, and it had seemed to get it to function. At least it would have if it wasn't stuck in the mud, I guess. But I'm
Do we
thinking,
really want it functioning again? I mean, last time it tried to kill us.
well, maybe. Well, I don't know what kind of sentience these things have, so maybe you're right. Maybe bringing it back is not. He thinks to himself, and kind of like puts a paw on his forehead and like massages his temples, and it's just like, well, it's too heavy for us. It's at the bottom of the river now. I can't really think of anything else that might help.
Hmm.
I mean, it's worth a try. Maybe you could try talking to it. I wasn't able to do
Talking to
much.
it. I mean,
Well,
it's not exactly a sentient creature now.
we don't know that exactly.
It doesn't even have a head.
It might understand like body gestures. I don't know. Listen, we gotta try something if we're gonna get the dam up and running again. I I don't know anything about golem building. I don't think you do
Do you
either.
think I'm any better?
Hmm.
Exactly.
Our best bet is to try and soothe it.
We know
guess.
we can't lift it. It's too
No.
heavy. There's no way either of us could get it out of here without any help. Now, if I'm thinking, what if we that ship in the dam? What if we use that to try and carry it? If we could even get it working.
Yeah, that's. I don't know. Listen, I used to be a navigator on a ship, but that kind of ship, one that flies, I don't know anything about that. I don't know if any of us do.
I mean, I might know a little bit about it, but not as much as I would like.
Plus, I don't know if we would be able to get the ship running without the golems.
Well, no, we were able to get the doors open. The doors of the
The
dam
doors
open with
open, but
just... Yes. So it might be possible to launch it, but, well, getting it ready to fly is another matter entirely.
maybe we should just, I don't know. I'm gonna continue cleaning this thing out. It's really
You
kicked in
have
mud
fun
down
doing
there.
that.
And then Romienji stalks off back into the water with his stick.
Edvard pulls out a small flask containing the last remaining drops of his prized, sort of extremely expensive wine. Not wine,
I thought
cider.
you hated wine.
And he drinks.
Yeah,
Yeah, he hates wine. Not wine. Cider. It's a really expensive nobleman cider that you can only get in like the highest of society, and he takes the last couple of sips of that, and then he tips it up, and it's empty. There's not even a drop that comes out, and he just sighs. It's just like, and then he lies down and puts a hat over his eyes.
You have a hat. You have a hat now.
Yes. He's just been keeping it in his back pocket. He never showed it before, but he does own a hat.
Goodness.
Just goes up one into the nearby road and picks a hat off his head.
Takes a hat off.
Away.
Just like my hat now.
And the rodent just sort of looks at him like, "What the fuck?" But he doesn't really question it, because this 6'2" tall man just came over, took his hat, and walked off.
Just like this.
So Romienji gets back to cleaning, and he's just like, I'm probably just gonna read. Like, he's just decides by himself, I'm probably just gonna try and say the words again. So that's his plan. Even if Edvard's just like airship, he's just like, I don't think. Don't think that's gonna.
That's right. You don't think.
Wow. Thanks.
Jesus.
Sorry, that was rude.
Murder.
Murder.
Okay. So was it you that actually deciphered it before, or was it Astor?
No, it was Astor. Astor told me the words, and I did the thing.
And you're the one, but you're the one that said them.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you want, like, let's say, cut forwards to you having feeling like you've cleaned as much as you probably can out of the guts of this thing. And then okay, yeah. So you want to. So you know what the word is.
Mhm.
So what? You're just gonna sort of stand on the riverside and say the word or something.
Well, I was thinking he would, because last time he had to touch it, so he was just gonna take a really deep breath and go underwater, touch it, and then say it underwater.
Okay.
It just comes out as a garbled blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
Very good,
exactly.
Odelle.
I mean, speaking underwater is pretty hard.
Romienji turns into a merlot.
Hmm. So I'm wondering where the. Like, I'm wondering whether there's a test here and where the difficulty would be. Because obviously, like, we kind of know what your intent is. You want to get the golem to stand back up and hopefully obey your commands, right?
Right.
Um,
Well, I mean, the word should work. Maybe getting it to listen to us would be the test.
yeah, I mean, you know kind of its or you think you know its activation word.
Hmm.
Or power word or name or something, whatever it is. And you. Okay, yeah, so I think we can probably make a test here where the success is something like you successfully activate it and it will what I guess stand up in the riverbed and
Hang
Oh
on.
shit! I can't hear 1 second.
stand up in the riverbed and what, like yeah, I don't know. I'm having trouble deciding how granular to make this. I don't think it's fair to say that success on this will just mean that it gets up and walks back to the dam on its own accord.
Okay, hello. I am
hello.
back.
Hey, hon.
Welcome
That
back.
was some bullshit to deal with.
All right. Yeah, and I think like probably. Yeah. So on the one hand, I want to say like because both you and Edvard kind of have you want to get this done. And to a lesser or greater degree, we want to get this scene moving. So okay, yeah, I think this is what I'll say. So I think we'll call this as another soothing platitudes test. To basically say the name. On success, it will sort of shamble to life again and start walking towards the nearest, I guess, yeah, the nearest source of high pressure water that it can find, which is probably the dam.
Okay.
And that won't completely solve your problem because it'll just be there in the dam or at the dam now, and you'll have other steps to work on. And for this reason, I might say it's worth expanding the belief slightly to encompass more, so that it's not just one and done in a single session.
Right.
I think failure is that it has it wakes up, shambles up, and has just enough power to right itself in the river, so it stands upright and then powers down again.
Right.
And is basically remains stuck there in the river, and the sort of follow-up to that failure is you'll have to try Edvard's idea.
Right. Yeah.
And figure out what to do next from there.
Oh dear.
So either way, probably, we're looking at moving the scene over to the dam after this test, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, it'll be another soothing platitudes test against its will, which is a 2.
Okay. I'll have to.
I think you're learning it, right?
I'm learning it, so it'll get doubled, and I only have a B4, and I get -1 with my wound. So.
Yep. I will.
I don't suppose I can assist.
Let's see. Yeah.
No,
So having the name of this thing is what's letting you make the test.
Yeah.
So there's no bonus for that. Edvard can potentially help.
No, it's a skill that's being learned, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a skill that's being learned, which means you can only help with a skill or it means you can only help with a skill, basically. Because skills can help skills or stats. Stats can only help stats. I think that's right.
It's your game, Will. I don't know.
Well, no, I mean that's the rules.
Yeah.
I think
So
that's how it
it's a soothing platitude by myself.
I can't use persuasion to help or something.
Unlikely, yeah.
Could I use seduction to help? I would like to seduce the golem into awakening.
Well, and I think that
Uh,
it shouldn't probably be because Edvard doesn't know that I'm gonna be doing this anyway.
That's true.
Yeah.
You have to like accept or want help, I guess.
You have to
I just
tell
want to
him.
I
Yeah.
just want to point out that it only took around 20 sessions for us to finally go monster fucking.
Well,
Well, no,
um,
I did that like second session.
I don't remember.
it's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway, yeah. So I think what I'll do is I'll spend a persona point because I have like 5,
Yeah. Okay.
and I'll just put
You
that
can
in
so you
will.
can spend up to 3 on a single test.
Okay, I'll just do 1 just to see.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just put that persona in will because it's being learned.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then no 1 modifier, right? Because I have persona. Oh wait, is it?
It's
Is it?
it's a
It's
Arta die, but yeah.
yeah, Arta. There we go. Okay, and then base ob is 2, and
Yep.
no complications.
Yep.
Okay. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. That was bad.
Okay. Yep. All right. So, I guess that's plan. That's gonna be plan 2 then. So I think we'll cut away from that scene, go to Axford, and then when we come back, you'll be at the dam, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm gonna be right back real quick,
Gonna
and
gotta
then
get
we'll
some.
go to Jen and Zarian. How are you doing, Zarian? Are you back now, or is everything
I'm
okay?
fully back. Apparently, my SSD just decided to disconnect itself. I presume because the heat made the metal expand on the clipper. So I went and died, and my BIOS just went like. I'm not gonna talk about it. It's
Okay.
weird. Anyway,
Fair enough.
I'm ready.
All right, I'm gonna be right back real quick, and then we can jump into the scene.
If we're doing that, I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
God, I was planning in my head, and now I had to think about tech, and now everything I was thinking of is just dead.
Yep. All right. I'll be right back too. I'm gonna get some food.
The really funny thing was, by the time it took my old ass laptop to boot up, I had fixed the problem on my computer. So I was just sitting there looking at it loading, like, really? I just got this up.
Seraaron, do you know what killed your computer?
Yeah, my Steam library SSD disconnected for some reason. It's still not on my computer for some reason, but I'll figure that out later. It's not necessary right now.
Okay.
Like, even though the cables are connected, it's just like not showing up in the boot menu, and I don't know why.
It was me.
It was your murder.
Dip, 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 dip.
I managed to do a thing, and I am proud of having done so. Zeri,
Yeah.
look at what I did.
Oh, you got it onto a planet. How the fuck did you manage that?
A lot of testing, but I finally managed to get it to a point where it has enough equal thrust to weight ratio that it can actually hover in planetary gravity pretty easily.
Oof.
It took a while. But the thing that I'm focusing on, or the thing that I want you to focus on, is the fact that I've got landing gear proper now. Like, it has extendable and retractable landing gear. And that's just a sweet piece of technology right there. Took so long to get that set up.
Oh my fucking god, this is brilliant. So there's a machine in Cork Airport now that lets you pay to charge your phone, and €2 is 60 minutes worth of charge.
Uh-huh.
And someone just quote retweeted it saying, "Pro tip, just unplug this machine and stick your charger to the power socket it was using."
I mean,
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
They're also viciously overcharging for an hour worth of electricity. or is it just everyone, including who I would
Does
see
it-
as like an unwanted
Does it say everyone in your presence, or does it say specific
single
targets?
target?
In the
So
in
I
the
don't know if,
well,
like-
in the spell description, what does it say?
It says single target's presence.
No, in the description.
Oh, description. Sorry. The lid. Successful to all characters within his presence. So I guess everyone,
Yeah,
because it says all characters, not just like.
yeah.
Because my plan was to cast Valor on like people in the crowd, including the parents, and try and get them to intimidate the army with me. So try and convince them to help me.
I mean, it gives you bonus to steal. It doesn't give you bonus to intimidation.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like, okay, if they get intimidated as a crowd by the army, so I thought I might be able to get like a bonus dice from you if I made them like more brave, technically.
That's not really how it works.
Yeah, look, I'm kind of like, I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel for what I think I can do in this situation. So I'm just thinking of anything at this point.
Yeah, like Valor's meant to really be used. Like, I suppose the ideal place to use Valor would be in the middle of a squad just before you charge into battle or something.
Yeah. Also, I wanted. Actually, no, we've established that rule, so I don't need to ask about that. The rule of like, okay, because we're in like downtime, I technically could have prepared anything within my will list if I haven't used something today already.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Though
As long as I had like time, obviously.
Yeah, that list needs to reflect what spells you actually have now, though, doesn't it? So,
Oh yeah. I'm just like looking at the list that I currently have in my
Yeah.
character sheet.
So
for
I think
reference.
you
The
did
ones-
have Blessed Hands hung, but now that
Yeah,
you
but that's
don't
gone
have
now.
Blessed Hands, technically.
I also had what was it? Havoc's Hand, but that's gone now. So like a couple of minor.
Yeah.
So I don't have anything within there. I'm just talking about like, okay, previously before I set out on my journey with these parents, I technically had like X hours to prepare a spell or whatever.
Yeah,
So we're going off the rules that I kind of started playing this campaign of I use them in succession, kind of.
Yeah, we've had downtime. There's a rule in the Conjuration rules called like free refills or something.
Yeah, and that's
and
the
it's
one I'm
just
referencing.
like, yeah, if you've had enough downtime, then you can just refresh your spell list to be whatever you want it to be.
Also, I wanted to ask you about the actions rule, because I don't know if you wanted to change this, of if anything is below 10 actions, it becomes kind of instantaneous within combat, as just a cast spell.
Where does it say that?
It doesn't say that within your rules. It was just a thing that we had when I tried to cast, because I've only cast spells at the very start of the session where we basically had like that kind of flimsy rule of, okay, if you're casting a spell and it's got like under, what was it? I think either 10 or 9 actions, you said, it's basically like you can just cast it off on that
Right,
round
yeah,
as a
no.
volley or whatever.
It's in the Conjuration rules. The casting time is casting time is the obstacle in hours. The release time is the obstacle halved, rounded up. But then margin of success. No, not margin of success. You can add +1 ob to the test to reduce the release time by 1. So it used to be margin of success, but I realized that since you have to know how long the spell is going to take to cast before you cast it, you can't retroactively reduce the casting time with marginal successes.
Right.
So, because it used to be like if it was an ob 4 spell, say, then it would take. I think it used to be actions equal to the ob, but I made it shorter. So let's say, yeah, it doesn't matter what it used to be. It is now. If it's an Ob4 spell, say, then it will take 2 actions to release. Unless you increase the Ob to 5, and then it'll take 1 action to release.
Okay, so how long is an action? Is it just an hour? Or what?
No, an action is like a heartbeat.
Yeah, okay.
Like, you only count actions in a fight.
Yeah.
So functionally, unless you're in a fight, don't worry about linchpins.
Okay, that's fine then.
Yeah.
I have only 2 other solutions to this army soldier thing. And they involve me doing something presumably moderately quickly. And that is like either casting a spell to distract or casting a spell to escape. And I think Chaos
so
Ward is obviously not. Yeah.
Spellcasting is always obvious.
Yeah, I know it's always obvious.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
so
Like, I'm not doing this to be subtle by any means.
well, what that means is that probably if you say that you're going to start casting a spell, there will be a couple of actions in which someone else can react.
Yeah, but if it's something very small action wise, like for say Magic Whistle,
Yeah.
that's 1 heartbeat. That's
Yeah.
very hard to interrupt.
Yeah, no one's going to be... If it's 1 action, then no one will be able to react fast enough. I'd say if it's 2 actions, then I might make someone make a speed test or something.
Yeah.
If it's 3 or more actions, then they can probably try and do something.
What would be the ob for the speed test? Depending on action.
I don't know. I'll decide if I have to.
Okay, I'm going to say right now, you're probably going to have to unless Odelle does. Because my best plan currently involves casting Falcon Skin, which is 2 actions.
Yeah, if you open the new Conjuration rules and scroll down to about halfway down the page, the summoning a spell, it will explain.
Yeah.
It will explain the new rules for linchpins and stuff like that. And
Okay.
releasing a spell and so on. Not much has changed, but just so that you're clear, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's the reactive rolls thing. There's the new cast failing things that you've done. So, like, you can either choose to take tax or do the broken marriage one now.
Or, in your case, the unwanted summoning.
Oh, yeah. Oh, is that only available to sacrifice gifted?
Yeah. So that for each gift, there's also a third option that's unique to each of those.
Oh, then I had to have taken the sacrifice one, because otherwise that undoes a whole load of canon shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you actually read it, it should explain.
Yeah, I'm reading the linchpin thing now. Oh damn, I get the bonus, as many bonus dice as I can get normally, and working carefully.
For the free refills.
Yeah, free refills. So, like, I've had downtime, technically. Or is this... Actually, no, this still counts as downtime, doesn't it?
Hang on, let's see.
If you're starting a new game or have just moved out of a period of downtime longer than a couple weeks. Oh no, so it does count because it's been 2 weeks now.
Yeah. Yeah, so because working carefully would just double the casting time.
Yeah, which doesn't like really
Which
affect you in
means,
downtime kind of
like-
metagamey stuff.
I mean, if I was being
Yes,
if I was being super strict about it, it would cut into your practice time. Because
Okay,
that
then I
is
won't
like
be
that is
careful.
like 8 hours a day that then you're
Oh yeah.
that you're not spending on whatever you're practicing. So maybe I should maybe clarify on the free refills about that, but
Yeah, so I can still get my bonus dice, and because of my
Yeah.
retroactive trait, I should still get my aura reading thing.
Yeah, I'd say take 2 bonus dice for each of the for any spell that you're going to cast out of downtime. Take 2 bonus dice, but don't take the 3rd for working carefully.
Okay.
Because yeah, I think that would eat into your practice time too much then. Because it is literally doubling the amount of time that you're spending.
I got like +3 on stuff before by doing aura reading, cercination, and what was it, symbology or something? Or did I do it through working carefully? Yeah, I must have done through working carefully because I don't think you've ever
must have
let me
been
do
with
symbology.
working carefully, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like trying to track what's happened in the past so I can properly do it.
Yeah. Cercination. Yeah, cercination and aura reading are really the only 2 things that you can consistently fork into conjuration, and even then, aura reading is only if you have second sight or mage sense, and cercination is short. Ooh.
Hmm?
Okay, so in a weird way, forking cercination kind of does the same thing. No, I'm just thinking about this. Sorry. Forking cercination kind of is the same thing as working carefully, or takes a similar amount of time because drawing a summoning circle takes a certain amount of hours as well. So yeah, probably like forking. I should probably clarify on that as well and say something like forking. Cercination can be forked, but it increases the casting time or something.
Right. By
So
like what quantifiable amount?
yeah, I'd say.
I feel like I might argue that a bit.
It would be like 2 hours basically. Because what it's doing, like the forking of cercination, what it's doing is it's short circuiting what would normally be its own test, which would be an ob2 summoner's gate to get a bonus dice, which takes 2 hours. And you can make summoner's gates that are bigger than that. It's basically, you can set the ob however you want. It's basically the number of bonus dice you want multiplied by 2 is the obstacle and the number of hours it takes to draw that circle. So if you wanted to use cercination to give yourself +3 dice, for example, you could, but it would be ob 6 and it would take 6 hours to draw that circle, in addition to the however many hours it is to cast the spell, and then double that if you also work carefully.
Right.
Magic's hard. Basically, and I should be more strict about this really, time is the biggest limiting factor really on spellcasting. And if you have all the time in the world, then you can pretty consistently cast spells. Okay. Well, it's seeming like Jen is having trouble making it back from the bathroom. So, why don't we just continue the scene with Kelu and Lucian?
Well,
One day she'll return.
Sure.
one day.
One day, yeah.
One day.
Okay, so I guess in a way we didn't quite finish that scene anyway, because so you failed, so we know what the failure result is going to be, but what does that look like? So,
Are you gonna describe it or me? Because I thought it was just like it was just gonna stand up and then turn off.
yeah, pretty much. But I want to hear what does Romienji look like, or
right.
say or do? How does this happen? And then what's his reaction and like minor follow up conversation with Edvard, I guess, right?
Right. Okay. Makes more sense. Okay. I was just like, but we already know what happened. All right. So Romienji finishes cleaning out the pipes as best as he can, and he throws the stick over at Edvard because he's still a little peeved at him.
The stick just hits Edvard in the head, and he just stands up like, "Oi!"
Romienji laughs to himself, and then dives back into the water. And after like taking a deep breath, he places a hand on the symbol on the golem and says as best as he can underwater Kabi Bonacan. And then he, after expelling all of his breath, he goes, what is the word when you breach the top of the water?
Surface.
Surface, yes, thank you. When he surfaces, he quickly swims back to shore because he's not sure how the golem is going to react because he did this out of just his own volition. So, and then the golem stands up and then breaches the top of the water and surfaces, and then doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Like, it seems like the flow of the water in this part of the river is just strong enough to keep it standing and nothing else, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Romienji goes onto the shore and observes it for a quiet moment or two, and he's just like, damn it.
Edvard just walks up next to him and goes, "Well, you got it standing. That's something, at least."
Yeah, but it's still not enough. I guess he crosses his arms and is just like, sighs a little bit and says, you want to try messing with that ship?
I mean, we could, but without the knowledge of how to fully pilot it, I'm afraid we're not going to get very far.
Well,
we could still try and bait that bird in to carry it. That might work.
I would rather not.
You never know. It seems to find you quite tasty.
We don't even know where it is. Come on,
Oh,
let's
I'm
just
sure
look
it'll turn up eventually. We
Well-
might as well head to the dam while we're at it. We need to go there eventually anyway.
True. Romienji shakes off the water and gets a little bit on Edvard. He's is just like a dog. It's fine. And then they take the boat and get back in and head toward the dam.
Alright, yeah. So yeah, I think we cut over to the dam, and you're... since the water level has dropped again, so the rock that you guys landed on or near previously is like sticking up out of the water a bit more now, and there is, I think, as I mentioned before, this like ruined airship that was clearly like fell out of the hangar that where the dam burst, and got kind of smashed against the rock, and I think when you arrive at the rock, you see like recently smashed crab carcasses from the dragon dropped on the rock probably and then feasted on. Yeah, so there's bits of this broken ship sticking up out of the water next to the rock still, or it's not a ship, it's a boat, but yeah. And the section of the dam wall that you previously climbed up and back down when the water was much higher is now several feet up from your boat, and it's a pretty smooth wall, so you're gonna have to figure out how to get back into the dam, I think.
Right. Are we able to like climb the side of the hill to get on top of the dam?
Yeah, probably.
I feel like that'd be better than trying and climb a smooth surface.
Yeah, I guess it's not completely smooth. It's like bricks, but they're very tightly packed.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, so when you were up on the top before, when you were up on top of the dam, you found that like back gate that led up onto the ridge, like mountain ridge behind the reservoir.
Yeah.
And where the rest of the lake was. So yeah, you can try and figure out how to get up there.
I think that'd be probably our best bet. So turns to Edvard. Do you feel like climbing up there, or do you want to take the back road?
You know what? I'm too tired to climb.
You haven't done anything.
I know, and it's so tiring. Come on, let's go.
Okay. I park the boat on the side of the ridge. Park the boat.
Wait. On the ridge?
Like on the rock thing.
Oh, okay, right, yeah. So that's kind of like in the middle of the.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So I guess you just go to one side, right?
Oh, okay.
Right. Let's go back to the dam. Yeah. So if you look sort of there-ish.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So I guess I can probably edit this, can't I? So the water level is now down to here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the, like, waterfall bit here is kind of much more of a trickle now.
Mm.
Seems like the water level here is pretty much leveled off.
Right.
So yeah, you basically need to sort of figure out how to head up this mountain
Mm-hmm.
and then onto the top.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be an orienteering test.
Okay.
And it'll take a few hours probably to figure out a safe route. So which one of you wants to try learning orienteering?
Good question.
It's rooted in perception.
Right. My perception's a 4. What do you have, Lulu?
As well.
Oh, okay.
Okay, in that case, probably Romienji is best suited to make the test since it's based on your familiarity with the land.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna get us lost.
yeah. Okay. So night is. Oh wait, but you're wounded, aren't you?
Yes, I am. So maybe Lulu should do it. Because he'll have more dice than me.
I can do it.
Well, okay. We can decide who does it in a sec. So, I think the ob is gonna be either. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah, so by the time you arrive at the dam, it's probably turning to night as well. So it's either gonna be wait, yeah, but you have reduced night penalties, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, so probably overall, between various factors, it is probably better if Romienji does it.
Okay.
Okay, so so navigating in familiar land, and I'm going to assume you have a compass because you normally have the navigation skill, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, navigation is a fork once you've learnt the skill properly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. So familiar land, base ob 1, and it's probably like basically, yeah, we'll say it's nighttime, so +1 ob penalty. But then that gets negated by your Eyes of the Bat.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no storm, so yeah. Okay.
Okay, so base ob 1.
Oh wait, hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, so base ob 1, recent perception. Maps provide an advantage die, and you have a map from Lolva, don't you?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
So I get a +1 modifier.
Yep. And success indicates that you found your way without delay. failure indicates that you've gotten lost, or that you either... Yeah, okay, so either you show up late, but that doesn't really matter, I don't think. You show up in the wrong place, which I may be able to think of something for, or you show up, you find your way there okay, but you get attacked on the way, like random encounter or something, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, why don't we say this? So, success will be, yeah, you manage to figure out how to get up there, and it'll probably be, like, late, not midnight, but, like, late evening, by the time you arrive, or, yeah, basically nighttime, bedtime. Failure, I think, will be that you get completely lost and you show up like it gets to sort of past midnight, and you decide to take refuge in a cave that you find.
Okay.
Just two
Okay.
people sharing a cave alone, 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
Welcome back, Jen.
This is the start of my new fanfic.
I said I was back.
Oh,
I pinged
I
you.
must have missed that, sorry.
Okay. Alright, so one modifier. I'm not gonna put any art in this, I don't think. Because it's not really life or death at this point.
Yeah, base up 1.
It's not one, no additional complications because I have the night thingy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes! Hooray!
Okay. Alrighty then. So yeah, you it gets to sort of nighttime, and you figure out how to get back up onto the top of the dam, like down a rocky ridge, and onto the crenellations, or the, what are they called? Yeah, basically the tower that you were in before. I guess basically, yeah, up here with the statue and the top of the dam and so on and so forth. So yeah, should I cut it there, or?
Well, it's nighttime, so we should probably have, like,
Yeah.
them go to
I'm
sleep.
thinking about because Lolva's here.
Yeah, that's true.
Say hi to Lova, you cucks.
Yeah, you guys just show up and then like start walking around the dam and just like
Ignore her.
completely ignore Lolva.
Rude motherfucker.
Okay, yeah, I think I'll cut the scene there, and because I'll think in the back of my head about what to have for Lolva, what to have Lolva say and do and has been doing for the last 2 weeks or whatever. So yeah, cool. All right, so we'll come back to that.
Okay.
All right, finally, Seraaron and Jen, are you both ready?
I had a difficult time.
That's okay.
I'm back. I'm here.
Seraaron?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. And Scott, because you might show up in this scene as well. I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, yeah. So I've attempted to set the scene twice now. I think I won't do it a third time. Basically, it's orphanage. There's lots of noises going on. Some people are crying, some people are happy. Guards are looking for potential recruits, etc., etc. Astor had just been trying to convince Talker about stuff and failed. Odelle was trying to speak to the manager and then found out that she already was. So tensions are rising in the room. No one has done anything irrational yet.
That's a lie, but alright.
And I think for so in terms of looking at Svela's belief, I don't think the ruckus has yet been caused on the outskirts of town. But it
I
probably
think what I meant
will
just by
shortly.
ruckus was the amassing of not guards, but troops near there. Like there was a bunch of troops going in there, and so that's about it. In case there's a bunch of parents there, aren't they? And they were. You said last session that they were crying and saying goodbye to their children.
Yeah. I mean, it's all happening within a building though, and I think what I'll say is I'll keep. I'm expecting a ruckus to be caused very shortly, so we can introduce Svela then.
Yeah.
Probably, unless the ruckus is averted.
Ruckus will not be averted.
Okay, so Astor and Odelle are currently kind of on opposite sides of the room. I should mention, by the way, Astor, since this building is built for people that are half your height, you standing up in the building kind of puts you at eye level with the second story balcony. or the first.
What? Am I in a fucking borrower's
No,
house? What is
first-
this?
First story. I always get them mixed up. First is it's
was gonna
ground
say.
floor and first floor, right? But it's different in America.
You are eye level with whatever floor is directly above ground level.
Yes.
Okay. Do I get to see more crying children now? Is that what you?
Well, no. I'm just saying that you're tall compared to everyone else, and the
Okay.
building is comparatively small and cramped, and I think looking at the balcony, there are a bunch of kids gathered that are too young and not part of the group that belong to Polnagolem or Caramore, who are all looking out over the balcony to see what's going on, and they're all yelling at each other as well, as kids do.
Okay.
They're excited
Yelling,
and
"Fuck the
interested,
cops."
and whatever else.
In this case, I want to be a fascist.
What?
Okay.
Torka's just I want to be an evil armyman who wants to kill people and protect people. It's great.
Now, okay, I just want to put it out there that it's not at all what.
I know. Anyway.
But maybe that's what Astor sees.
Yeah, this is Astor. He's just mad at army in general. Anyway. Astor was the first person who threw the brick at Stonewall and the Antifa.
Okay, yeah, so so you've just you're still processing this revelation about Talker's attitude, I think. So let's start with Jen. Start with Odelle.
Cool.
Commanding officer has basically you said I want to speak to the commanding officer, and he said I am the commanding officer.
I'm back.
What's...
My internet died, but I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh.
So
Even
what's
though you were
your how do you react, I guess?
I already reacted last time. That's why I
Did you?
was
What
surprised
did you?
you
What
didn't
did you say?
mention it.
Sorry.
I stood in front of them, put my arms out, and I said, "I won't let you take these children."
Ah, yes, that's where we ended it, wasn't it? Yes. Okay.
I was
Yes.
very surprised. I was like, "Well, I mean, I guess, sure, we could start there." It's foolish for me to expect my DM to remember important things that happen.
Yes. Yes. Don't expect anything of me. Okay. Yeah. So you have stood up and
Acted
said that.
rationally.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. In that case, then it probably is Astor's turn to then react to you doing that.
Okay.
I mean,
What do I
I guess there's a simultaneous thing happening, right? So you hear Jen, like you're talking to Talker and you're thinking about what he just said, and then you hear Jen yell. What did you
Tell my
yell?
name.
Sorry, you hear Odelle yell. What
I
was it?
won't let you take these children.
Okay, so I turn my head from Torka
Mm-hmm.
and look into the direction of the army officer.
Mm.
And what do I see as expressionism? What do I see him doing?
Okay, yeah. So
This is why we should have had that religious conversation, because
so I think you see the officer. He scowls at Odelle and he's basically got a, what would it be? Yeah, so most of these guys seem to have some kind of pole arm. And are sidearm equipped with probably an axe or something. And this guy has
a gun.
No.
Picks up his Glock.
Has a yeah, has a sword, I think. Most of their weapons are bronze by the looks of it. And they're lightly armored, though not. They're clearly not like all of these soldiers. They're clearly not wearing like all their armor and stuff because they're not really expecting to get in a fight while recruiting. So.
A bit foolish of them, but all right.
How heavy does their armor look?
I mean, it's basically like mail, like mail shirts and stuff, and helmets. Yeah, so I think you see him scowl at Odelle, and he puts his hand on the hilt of his sword, but doesn't draw it. And he like says to Odelle, quite firmly, says,
We're not above hitting women and children.
why do you guys always interrupt me?
Take too long. Gotta be quick on the uptake. Come on, Will. Someone snapped their fingers. I can't do it.
I'm not.
Unless if he has to create emotions and feelings for someone in between saying the thing.
Every time you
Kill
interrupt
Jen.
me, it like interrupts my train of thought, and then it takes me even longer to get my words out.
All right, I'm sorry. Please.
Okay, so he puts his hand on his sword and he's like frowning at you, and he says, how would a non-member of the how would a non-ordained member of society refer to address
probably-
you, do you think?
Probably just as like sister or something.
Sister sounds too maybe it would.
Ma'am.
I almost want to say mom, but that also doesn't seem right somehow. I'll just say sister. Okay, so he says, "Excuse me, sister, but I need you to..." Yeah, I think okay. He says, "Excuse me, sister, but I'm going to need you to retract those last words, else I will have to interpret them as you intervening with the Baron's business, for which I'm afraid I will need to arrest you."
I faced off things bigger and scarier than all of you put together. And no, I will not retract my words. We brought these children here to be taken care of, to be looked after, not to be taken away, not to be put under whatever foul scheme the Baron has in mind for them. If you want to arrest me, go ahead. I will kick his shins.
You kick him in the shins. Okay. So, Astor, I think you obviously hear and see this.
Yeah.
What are you doing anything, or are you still watching? Just
Okay, I'm about to do something.
okay.
Well, what do you think would happen if a person cast magic whistle and aimed it directly for someone's eardrum?
I think it would serve as a distraction for sure.
Would it disorient them?
Yeah, I think it would be enough to like make them hesitate or something for a single action, maybe.
Is a single action enough to allow people to flee?
Pardon?
It'll allow people to start to flee.
Yeah.
Okay. Good enough. Astor casts magic whistle directly at this man's eardrum.
Okay. So before you roll that,
Yes.
So Odelle, you're like gonna kick him in the shins.
I'll kick him in the shin.
Okay.
You kick him slightly harder to help me with your fists in his face.
Yeah. Okay. So question would be how best to handle this.
Well, my intent is not to injure him. My intent is to show him my disappointment.
Yes. Okay. So you're provoking him, I guess, more than anything. Okay. I think in that case, then we'll say let's find out whether Astor successfully casts an odd one spell first, and then we'll react.
Can I ask what the failure condition would be if anyone notices that I just tried to do something or whatever?
Oh, people are gonna notice that you did a thing no matter what.
Okay. Right. So
that's not a
would
success or
be?
failure. That's just, it's obvious.
Okay.
well, success we'll say is like, yeah, you create like a 1 second window where people can start to run away, and he's like dazed and disoriented for a second. The other guardsmen around you won't be though, and failure is kind of up to you, but probably Tax is easiest as the failure.
Okay. Can I ask if there's anything that would happen on marginal successes, i.e., making the spell more powerful or anything?
No, it's an
Like,
incredibly
okay.
it's an
Simple
incredibly
spell.
weak
I can't
spell,
do
yeah,
anything.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So with this and the rule set that you've given me, I can put one modifier onto it.
Yeah.
For aura reading, presumably.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I want to put Persona into this? Probably not, because it's very unlikely I will fail, but who knows at this point. Right, that's
Okay.
a 5, 1, and I have
So-
3 6s.
so
Can I roll a
what
fate just to
does-
fucking kill him?
No.
Conjuration is already open.
You just deafen
It's-
him.
it's
Oh,
already-
wait,
it's
I always
already
forget
open-ended.
Conjuration is open-ended for some
That's
reason.
what the bright yellow means. Also,
Listen, I forget that
marginal.
joke.
We just discussed marginal successes.
I
Don't
know,
do.
I just wanted
Yeah.
to make a joke.
Okay, so what does this look like? And since this is the first time we've actually seen you cast Magic Whistle, like where did you learn this spell, and like what do they look like?
Let's have a flashback.
Okay. So after this 3-hour flashback, do you want to continue the session? I'm kidding. So I think Astor definitely learned this specific spell from Sasha as a kind of him teaching him magic just as he is learning it. This is the first spell he has ever. And what it looks like is when you summon the spell, instead of the kind of like average spirit you would get where you would pour it, it's more like a kind of invisible fairy. So as he casts it, it's almost like a kind of shimmery wind whip is happening around his right hand as he points his finger out. And unleashed from it is this kind of small, almost translucent sprite thing that goes towards the army man, jumps into his ear, and you hear a loud bang.
Just gonna kill him.
After a loud whistle.
Yeah, so it's basically an illusory firework.
It's like, I just want to give a bit more flavor. I like
Yeah,
it being more
yeah.
spiritual.
Yeah, no. But in terms of like what it sounds like.
Yeah, all it does is it's like a big firework goes off.
Yeah. So everyone everyone jumps. Like everyone
Immediately I shout, Odelle, run! And I bolt for the door.
Are you at least gonna tell the parents to run, maybe?
I did tell you before this that I am going to cause a distraction when I give you the sign, take the children and run, but you know, like canonically we can base that off of that.
So Odelle, this is probably startling.
Oh no. What is the highest thing here?
Like the whole
Oh,
building, right?
no.
Like, all of the balconies. I think it's a 2 or 3 story building.
Odelle. I'm gonna get fucking stabbed. Odell's gonna go to the highest ground and get arrested, and the children are still gonna go to the fucking.
I just like as soon as this happens, did I manage to successfully kick him? Tell me. I
Yeah. So
successfully
you kicked him, and then he was like about to draw his sword on you, and then this loud popping sound.
As soon as this pop happens, I just give this and immediately
You climb the guard.
I climbed the guy. I climbed
Please
the guy
hold on to
so
him
long.
and like
like
blind
in
him
fucking-
for me.
It's like in fucking Scooby Doo, where like Scooby gets a fright and he jumps into Shaggy's arms.
Odelle.
You like scramble up him, and then jump onto the balcony, and then scramble over the balcony.
And while I'm doing this, I'm just yelling, "Oh God! Astor, help me! Run!
This
Everyone
happens,
run!"
I yell, "Children, run!" And I bolt
Okay.
for the doors.
Yeah. So all of the, I mean, everyone's in pretty much running around like headless chickens. The
You know, at least the parents run.
Yeah, okay,
with their
so
children.
the parents start running towards the nearest exit with their children in hand, or hanging onto their hands. A number of the kids that were like up on the balcony, like looking at what was going on, start like cheering.
Do they start pelting the guards with fruits?
The children that had been lined up, assessed by the guards, or the soldiers, I think a couple of them try and make a break for it. Some of them just like back up and put their backs against the wall and stand still. In like shock and like not sure what to do next. I'd say majority of the kids, except definitely excluding Talker, start running with you towards the exit. Astor.
I mean, they start. Okay, yeah, Astor. I was gonna say,
Odelle's going in a different direction. I think the guards that didn't get directly afflicted by the magic whistle will try to intercept you, Astor. So let's make a versus speed test.
That's what I was betting you would say, but I knew it was coming. Now, I get a +1 because of the spell. Even just for the surprise.
Yes, I'll give you a +1 die for the surprise of the spell. Like, you knew it was coming, they didn't, sort of thing.
Okay.
What am I looking for? Burning Rogues.
I throw rocks at them.
Yeah, I think these guys are soldiers. They should have like a speed of 5, I think.
Oh, Christ.
it's not guaranteed they'll win.
It is not, but it is slightly more statistically likely, and isn't that all that makes this fucking game in the end of the day?
Statistics don't matter, it's the individual.
Yeah, sure.
And I'll give it'll be a helping die between them, so 6 dice. Okay.
The obstacle is 3.
And who's the defender here? I guess they are?
Huh?
You're
Well,
the
no,
one
'cause
that
they're-
provoked them.
no, They're running to like stop us, so wouldn't we be the
Yeah,
defenders?
we're defending.
Yeah, but you provoked them.
We didn't do
They're just
anything
doing
to
their
these
job.
Is
particular
that how it
people.
works?
Well, yeah, kind of, I think.
I'm gonna be honest, that's a wait. Okay, well, anyway, I'm just gonna roll, because it's not like I can not roll.
Yeah.
So,
Put some persona into it.
I'm not putting 2. I need that to live when they stab me, Jim.
All right.
Okay, of 3.
Okay.
Wow!
Well, defender didn't matter anyway. So, mark that difficult speed test. So yes,
I'll-
I think you get grabbed by the soldiers, and the children manage to get out. Right, you're like the biggest target, so a few of them basically like start trying to dogpile onto you.
I can't help my size. I'm chunky.
Yeah, Odelle, I think you're now on the second floor, like up the stairs. Like you've landed on the balcony and then ran up the stairs, and now you're on the next floor up. And it's at that point when you're able to like look down and see everything that you sort of, you're like, okay. And then you see Astor getting grabbed by the guards. You see like almost all the kids have scattered except a few that have decided to stay still and line up against the wall. And the guy who got kicked and eardrums burst, or illusory eardrums burst, like shakes his head and then yells at the top of his lungs, "Catch them! Arrest them!" And then yells, I need to come up with a name for the Baron real quick. Hang on. I wish I'd remembered it. It was a good name that I came up with.
Canonical Baron name here?
Yeah, I don't remember the Baron having a name, was it?
No, I hadn't named him like in game yet, but I came up with a good name from during the week and then forgot to write it down. So.
Baron von Bourgeoisie.
No. Oh my god, this is gonna take ages to load. Why? Why do you do this to me?
You did this to yourself.
Not secure? What? Okay. Alright, well, I was gonna have him say something like by something or another's name, arrest them or something, but I guess he can't say that because... Yeah, so instead he's just like, just get them, catch them, whatever. And he draws his sword. So...
Arrest them, catch them, put them in a stew.
Okay, yeah, so Astor is being wrangled. Odelle, how are you reacting? You're up on the second floor now.
Here's a good question. Have I recovered from my startlement?
Yeah, but you're in a tricky position to get back down, and you can see that a couple of the guards are coming up the stairs and crossing the balcony below you and are about to come up to the next floor. So you're kind of cornered unless you jump or something.
Don't tempt me, I will do it.
Yeah.
You know what? I will jump for it. How far did Astor get?
He got like 3 steps to the door. And
Okay, can I jump onto the guards?
That are grabbing onto Astor?
Yeah.
They are carrying pole weapons.
Yeah, but they're not like aimed up. They're probably held a little bit to their sides, maybe as to try to intimidate him, or
Intimidate him
up.
on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that like two of them are grabbing him by the arms. So I guess they've
Right.
they would have dropped their pole arm to grab him, or maybe like wrapped it in their inside of their shoulder. The commanding officer is walking up with his sword out, pointing it towards Astor.
I'm gonna leap on the commander.
Okay.
You're gonna Goomba stomp the commander.
I'm gonna try.
I'm gonna win. It's me, Odelle.
If he only got 3 steps away, that's not too far. I could.
Yeah. So he's crossing the room. Gosh, what would this be?
Roll athletics.
Yeah, there's no like direct acrobatic skill or anything in the game except for, I guess, speed. It feels like speed gets rolled way too often.
Well, it could be agility.
Agility is like hand-eye coordination, or well, I guess foot-eye coordination as
No,
well.
it's
Technically,
Foot-eye coordination. Technically
agility is hand-eye coordination and dexterity by definition. Speed is overall body coordination. So if you're trying to like drop kick him, as in literally drop and kick, then maybe it is agility.
My intent is to distract everyone so that they'll let him go. And maybe give him time to run.
To let go of Astor.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what you could also do, Odelle?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you still have access to it, actually, but you could try and cast Fear.
That's a good point, actually. I'll do it.
What's the range on fear?
A bit.
Hopefully big.
Presence.
You're the children. Scare everyone.
Presence times something or something.
No, it's just presence.
Oh, okay.
So, to fear everyone, to fear all the guards on the lower floor, you'd have to jump down and then cast fear, I think.
Can I jump on the commander and cast fear?
Sure.
Taps in his head.
Let's say it's to jump down. Let's say it's brawling. Because that's kind of what you're doing, right?
Okay.
This is almost bar fight level of shit happening.
The children in the back saw the attack. It turned
Now,
into a ball.
what is this like a human or is this another room?
Yeah, this is Pika, yeah.
Okay.
I think what I'll say, like, instead of it being like a versus test or something, I'm just gonna, it's gonna be ob3 brawling test with the intent to like land on the commander.
Right.
And with your weight as you land on him, basically push him over. Which will also give you a long enough window, like 2 actions, to release your fear spell.
Okay.
Failure will be you take falling damage.
That, you know what, I'm fine with.
Okay.
Only other.
Odelle rolls her ankle trying to be intimidating.
Alright, well. No modifiers, because I don't think I can put anything into this. Can I get potentially help from just how chaotic this is? He's not paying attention, he's not looking up at me.
Everyone basically is concentrating on me in the room now. Because I'm like the one
he's not expecting you to jump off the second story onto his head, so sure. Yeah, I'll give you bonus dice for that.
Okay. I will also put 1 Artha into it. Base off is 3.
Yeah.
1 second. Put it down. I have 1 6.
Oof. You have a lot of fate. You can try.
I have a lot of fate. I will do it.
Nice.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so what does this look like?
Very nice.
Mark that difficult test.
Hold on.
And the Arta.
Yep. So I what this looks like is I can hear the thundering footsteps of the soldiers coming out from the stairs. The children hear it too, and they just fucking scatter, right? Meanwhile, I look down, I see Astor kind of like getting grabbed and whatnot, and from below I can see the commander unsheathing his sword, and I go, "Not in this house, you won't!" And I leap. And as I like fall down, like my hands outstretched, almost like a cat, claws kind of like ready to like latch onto him. And in my mind, I'm getting ready to try and cast fear.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you land on him, and he like collapses onto the ground, and yells at ah. Your little fat body crushes him.
I am very fat.
Yeah. Yeah, and he like rolls over, like rolls.
He just goes splat.
Yeah, well, he collapses to the floor and then pushes back and rolls and shoves you off him. But he's like, as he's trying to stand up, you're casting fear.
Yeah.
And I think like two of the guards that were pointing spears at Astor turn towards you and are about to come at you. So let's see this fear spell.
Yay! Now, as far as I know, fear only has an op 3.
Yes.
Okay.
And because we've just gotten off of a bit of downtime, you get free refills on the spell. So the spell is hung. And what's the other thing? Did you have any practice time left at the end? Let's see. Your will is 4, so that'd be 12. So
I don't think so.
no, you didn't. Okay, yeah. So you wouldn't have had time to hang this carefully, which means you don't get bonus dice.
Okay. Well, I don't get any modifiers to it, unfortunately. I will
But
put
you have our
another persona into it. August 3.
Nice. Alright, mark that difficult test in the Arta.
Yeah,
So
I don't say thank you enough. Thank you for not letting me get murdered in this campaign.
I would not let you get murdered. I would try very hard to not let you get murdered.
Odelle, on the other hand, fucking hates you.
Excuse.
So this is going to affect everyone, including Astor, on the first floor, which is basically almost all of the guards or soldiers. It's probably going to scare any nearby children as well.
Oh, it will absolutely terrify the children.
Probably the two guards who were running up the stairs after you will be out of range, but they'll have to run back down the stairs, which will take a short while. So,
field test for everybody.
What does this look like? You describe it whilst I figure out what people's reaction is.
So whereas before, where it looked as though they were being swallowed up by like the earth, right? In this particular case, as I look up at all of them and they all like look at me as this commotion I've caused, I give a prayer to Acer, and for a moment it seems that nothing happens. There's like just this moment in between time where someone expects something to happen and there's nothing, and then all of a sudden it's like they feel a little tickle, like this touch, right? And the grass underneath their feet, which was, just grass just waving in the wind, suddenly doesn't seem to just be waving. It looks like it's...
Aren't you indoors?
No, I jumped out of a fucking window!
Balcony.
I thought you...
Yeah, it's an internal balcony.
Wait, how is this building arranged?
It's like layers on the... It's all indoors, but there's layers. That's why I said it was kind of reminding me of a bar fight.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's a bit like a Wild West.
It's magic grass. It grows out of the wood.
No, that'd be like an illusion. Sort of. Well, I mean, it's all
literally it.
Whatever. Okay, there... They feel that slight little touch, and as they all look down, it almost seems like there is grass where there wasn't any before. Just these tiny little bursts of green, and they keep coming and coming, and that little tickle, that grass turns into a grip, and then it turns into a clutch, and they start dragging. And nothing physically happens to them, but now instead of instead of them just standing innocently on this ground, it's like something is attempting to grab and drag them down. and all they can think, all that's running through their heads is that they're going to be swallowed. There's a lot of war in this. They look around, and instead of the grass, they see ivy creeping down from the walls through the windows. They see it reaching forward, also grasping where also just how the grass is grasping. Just like there's just so much green everywhere, but instead of inviting, it's choking.
Okay. Yeah, so I think the guards who all failed, they fail for like a split second. I think they begin.
They have to.
Pardon?
Is there a specific action they have to take, or just any?
I just looked it up. It's any. They get. It's a +1 op
Okay.
to their steel test. I just did them all at once, so they're all under the. They're actually faring better than their commander. So, I think I'll say that they are. They just stand and drool, and that's long enough for like 1 second, and that's long enough for Astor to wiggle free. The commander remains prone and starts begging for mercy.
Nice.
So Astor, I'll do the commander's voice in a second. But Astor, are you running away, or are you staying indoors now, or what's your act? You've got like 1 second before the other
1
guards.
second.
Oh yeah, he has to roll a steal, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, actually, yeah.
That's what
You
I was
need to do
about
your
to
steal
ask
first,
because I
don't you?
didn't understand how
Yes.
you rolled the steal for the soldiers, and I was like, "That's a weird way of rolling for it. If that 6 is a failure, what do I do?"
Yeah, no,
Anyway, I'll
yeah.
roll it.
Okay, so your ob is roll steal at ob 6
Okay.
because it's hesitation +1.
Right. This is
Which will be a
not gonna
difficult
go well,
test.
let's see. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I get
Okay.
any...
So you're
Come on,
hesitating.
let's
for
spend
3.
that fate.
No, you
It's
can't.
alre-
It's open-ended.
It's
Oh,
already
God damn it.
open-ended.
See yellow, and I just think, oh, let me spend that fate. It's like a fucking terrible macro inside my brain.
Okay, so you're hesitating for 3 actions, but your hesitation action can be run screaming. So you can just
Can I
run
run
out the
screaming
building.
out the door?
Yeah, you can just run out the building. Okay. All right, yeah, and the commander, like, so he shoved you off, and then you cast the spell, and then he just like cowers when he sees all of this shit around him, and he yells, I'm sorry, by Ace's mercy, please forgive me. What is this sorcery?
Sorcery, clearly. Okay. Well, I mean, I sure hope that fucking Astor is taking the fuck off.
Yeah. He's running away screaming.
out the door,
He's
in
out the
fear.
door.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Also, well, if they
Uh,
try and chase me while I'm still under 3 actions, can I get an extra point for being literally running for my life?
What?
Because like I'm under
If they
this
also,
for 3
yeah,
actions,
if they
they're under
chase
it for
after,
like 1. So if they chase after me, I'll still be under it for 2 extra actions. So could potentially I get an extra dice for being literally running for my fucking life in fear.
I mean, we'll come to that in a sec. I'm in the middle of talking to Jen, dude.
I'm running for my life. Goodbye.
Okay.
If there were any children that were left behind that I know are from Pulmagolan or that, like, you know, are lagging behind their parent or something, I will pick them up and carry them with me.
Okay. I don't think you're gonna be able to do that with like the few that got lined up, right, including Talker. Because A, they're older, and B, they're...
No, are they running?
Oh, actually, I guess I should test for them, actually, yeah. Let's do them. They probably don't have a very high steel. Let's put it at 3. Against Ob 8.
Jesus.
Yeah, okay, so they are... yeah, they're gonna run away screaming as well, I think. So everyone basically starts running out of the building, screaming. There's lots of screams, lots of ruckus. Sphela, let's smash cut over to you. You're walking down the street.
I'm walking back home. And
Making my way downtown.
my
walking
road back home passes beside passes roughly close to the orphanage. So I'm walking home, and I guess all of a sudden I just hear like a bang, and then for for a couple of seconds I'm really confused, and then I hear screams, and I'm like, what? What? And I just see people rushing out of this fucking orphanage, and I'm just gonna like, yeah, Svella's gonna rush over.
Okay. Yeah. So you rush over to the door, like see what's going on, and another human of all people like runs straight, like pretty much headfirst into your
It's like right into like my crotch.
he's probably tall enough that he runs headfirst into your belly, right? Probably.
Let me see.
You can check.
Yeah, no, like he's just under my breast level, so like.
Oh, okay, yeah. So headfirst into your
just
abs.
into like into just slightly below my breast, and I go whoa, and I sort of hold him by the shoulders and I say, "Is everything all right there?"
So tell Astor and the rest of us what does he see? What does Svela look
when
like?
Astor looks up, he sees a lady who is roughly about 8'5". She's broad. She is like built like a brick shithouse.
Scott, it's
she's got very,
2019. We can call them women now.
Wow!
It gives you so much about Will.
Oh,
She's built like a brick shithouse, and she's got sort of rough, like sort of calloused hands. We've got sort of scars. They're pretty banged up hands. They look like someone who's been in a lot of fights and someone who's worked with a lot of tools. She's wearing like a simple sort of like
leather apron or something.
yeah, like a brown sort of undershirt with like a leather apron. She's got these big thick boots and sort of heavy pants. And she just sort of holds and she's got like big dirty blonde hair that's pulled back into a ponytail, and she's got some piercings. There's a slight scar over her left eyebrow, and she just sort of looks down to Astor and says, "Is that Astor?" Yeah. Says, "Oh, is everything all right there?"
Okay, so Astor, this is probably the first time you've ever seen a giant.
Yeah.
So make another steel toast. And Jen make one too when you run out.
Wait, what was mine? Mine was a B7, or sorry, a B6. That was difficult social mark.
Yeah. This time you'll
And
get
then
bonus
take another
dice
one.
because this is pretty mundane, but I think will be funny.
What bonus dice do we even get for this?
You get +2 dice for being startled by something mundane.
Oh, okay.
And the orb will just be your normal hesitation, so that's 5.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you both run out. You can react normally. You see this giant woman.
Okay, I'm gonna just go with the first thing Astor says to this woman, who presumably I have run into, is having just witnessed Odelle's existential fear spell. He screams the words, "The void is ever present!"
No, Astor,
Stella!
Astor, you succeeded the test for once.
I don't care.
I know you don't remember what that feels like, but you...
don't.
You did actually
No, but
succeed.
Like this would be the thing that he
Hold
says
on.
in response to seeing Odelle's thing. He may be out of it, but he still remembers it well.
Yeah, he's also still gone for like 3 actions or something.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm
He's
looking at
harder
Odelle.
hit than everybody else.
Yeah. So I mean, like, you're not quite at the door. This is beyond the door. You're in the
Okay.
street. Svela's in the street, and then you see. So like a second later, after you yell that, like, Odelle rushes out. All of the children are out now, except for the ones that stay behind, and the guards who will snap out of this shortly will be soon to follow, probably. What do you say, Svela?
Svela's really confused. She just looks down and says, sure, yes, the void is ever present.
I grab Astor's hands. Run for it!
We need to get out of here. Bye.
Svela's just gonna like let him go, and then sort of seeing the guards come out, she's just gonna be like, "Oh, it's them," and just follow after. Like pretend she's sort of just going on her way, like sort of surprised. She's gonna kind of follow after them.
This whole time I've just been imagining Svela holding a grocery shopping bag, even though you haven't mentioned.
Okay, so you're running after them, basically.
Yeah, I'm sort of making my way after them.
Okay, yeah. So I think you of all people, have to be like more careful when you're running.
Yeah, because of
Stomp,
fucking shit.
stomp.
Yeah. Now these soldiers. Should they make another steel test? I think not. I think they've probably seen you around town before. I think as they run past you, though, because they are a little faster than you, they like the commander yells into the street, but happens to be facing you when he does. Says like, clear the path. This is none of your concern, citizens. Remain calm, etc. And then, gives chase.
Yeah, Svela, like... Because she's a big woman, like, she kinda just... She can't really clear the path effectively. Like, especially in, like, Rodent Town where everything's, like, super crammed together. So she sort of, like, just continues to take up that big space in front of all of them. It is like she sort of turns back and looks at us and says, a little cramped, so could you I can't move.
Well, they're just running past you. Like if you're not so big that you completely block the street.
I'm gonna like try and kind of block them, but
you're
like,
trying to block them.
Yeah, I'm trying to block them, but make it seem like I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay.
So like I just sort of well, actually no, going in line with her instinct, because she kind of thinks that the people are now in immediate danger, the ones Astor and Odelle. She just kind of plants herself in the middle of the street, sort of like puffs up her chest, puts her arms out sort of like wide, and says, what's going on here, friends?
Okay, yeah, so you're directly, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you're directly interposing then. You're not just trying to make it look like you're too big and clumsy or whatever.
Yeah, like I'm directly interposing here.
How would they react? Okay, I think the commander who, like doesn't know your name but has obviously seen you around and knows that you're like like a member of the community. Sort of runs up short, like has to stop because you're in the way. Couple of the guards, meanwhile, like start trying to look for a way around you through the buildings, through the like ramshackle buildings and stuff on the outskirts of town. And the commander says, Giantess, I need you to
Yes?
move. Those people that you just let past are now criminals, fugitives perhaps, who were obstructing the will of the Baron of this town.
Mind if I ask what they were doing?
He says, it's none of your concern, I'm afraid, but I need you to move.
Svilla thinks on it, and she thinks on it for a good couple of seconds, and after that couple of seconds, she's like, probably giving him enough time to run. And she sort of just moves to the side. Says, well, sorry for interposing.
Yeah, and he like, as you move out the way, he like scoots between your legs, and a couple of the other guards do as well, and then he yells back at you as he runs past and says, yeah, he yells back at you. He goes, by Mithras's fury, if your bumbling means that we lose these, I'll have you arrested as well. And then keeps running.
Svilla just looks at him and is like to herself, I just ran through my legs, how fucking rude. And she's gonna follow after them because she wants to catch up. She wants to try and find Odelle and the Astor anyway, because she wants to hear from them what was going on.
Okay, so this is sounding like it's turning into a ranging cover. Or
Yay!
could. Or it could turn into a ranging cover, but I'm not sure that it needs to. It may just be... could just be a versus speed test. Or a chase of some description. I don't think these soldiers are equipped with ranged weapons, honestly. And I don't think they really want to openly attack you. So maybe Maybe this is gonna sound really weird, but maybe like a 4-way speed test. Then again, okay, hang on. Let's figure out what
I mean, we
what's
just
even
want to
going
escape.
on. Yeah, so
other,
you want to
other than
escape.
that,
Svala, what do you want to do? Like, if they escaped,
I just want to
would
catch
you-
up to them. Like, I just want, like, I want to. Yeah, just catch up to them to try
What's
and
the
like.
story?
Okay, which is kind of what the guards want to do as well. So,
Yeah, but I
uh,
feel I should have the advantage over them because I'm huge and I can see. I can see further than them.
they have
because
they have
of
a
the
higher
height.
stride than you.
Yeah, but I have the height advantage.
Vela has the high ground.
Yeah, I have the high ground constantly. I do also have the
there's
eagle
not
eye.
much to make use of with high ground here because we're on the outskirts of town. Presumably, you guys are running in the direction of Karamor, not further into the town, right?
I think so. I mean, Jen, do you have any other ideas for where we should run aside from Karamor?
Like as to where we're going?
Yeah. Like, is it wise to take them to go back to Karamor?
Honestly, it really depends on, whether or not they think that we're important enough to chase us all the way over there.
Yeah,
The
I
Baron
mean,
does
it's like
have...
a day and a half away, so
Isn't this just the Baron of Exford?
yeah.
So he doesn't
Yeah,
have
but,
any power
like,
outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Baron. If the Baron of Axford wanted to do something in Karamor,
He'd have to
he'd
petition
have to
whoever
he'd
has
have to
the
go
power
to the
there.
count of the whole, or
Yeah.
the
So
Viscount
I
or something.
would think
but
that
yeah.
as long as we leave the city and they don't catch us, I think we should be good. Because once we leave, we're out of their jurisdiction.
Also, I think we'd be less inclined to talk to the Baron because he has to talk about his failing to capture us, and also the failing to recruit new children as soldiers. So I feel like he'd be less inclined to lower his own social status just to take.
There's 4 recruits who stayed in the building. Remember, including
Yeah, like
Kyoko.
he might just be inclined to cut his losses if we go to Karamor.
Yes. So I think it's a question of like how far do they chase you. What I'm curious about is like Svala, because I really don't want to have you just like show up for one scene and then vanish again. So
I
I
mean,
mean,
I'm
if we just...
making-
so
Now, hold
I'm
on.
making my
Like,
way to Karamor anyway.
oh yeah,
give me a
you
second,
are.
give me a
Yes.
second.
Yeah.
give me a second. If we, manage to get outside of town, the guards stop chasing after a while like they do in Skyrim.
Yeah.
Which this is basically Magic Skyrim. More Magic Skyrim.
With rats.
There's rats in
Savela could,
Right.
come across our camp or something, and then we introduce each other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hello,
like,
giant woman.
I'm making my way to Karamor anyway. Like
That's
that's
true.
sort of
Yeah.
that's my direction.
Okay, so I think what I'll say is I'll not include Svala in this test. You're just kind of ambling behind.
Yeah.
The guards... So this is a test to see how long the guards chase you. And since we're on, basically the open road now, let's make it a versus fort test instead of versus speed. So one of you two, Astor or Odelle, should lead. Whoever has the lowest fort, probably.
My fort is 5.
My fort is 4.
Okay. So Astor leads. I'll say the commander of the other set leads their test. His fort is 3, hilariously. But he'll get a help. He'll get +1 die for a higher stride than Astor. So for reference, I'm using the chases on rules here on page 531. So what's your reflexes, Astor?
Her reflexes is a
4.
B4.
His reflexes is a 5, so he gets another +1 for that. And
Am I helping?
yeah, you can help. You can also, funnily enough, fork skills into this, even though it's a stat test.
Oh,
That's
So you
weird.
can fork streetwise, stealthy, inconspicuous, climbing, appropriate things for the kind of thing that you're doing, which is running across open road, so there probably isn't much to fork.
Well,
Unless
if I'm
I
helping
take a
with
fucking
my-
dip, I don't think I can do anything.
If I'm helping with my fort, right?
Yeah.
I have a B5. Does that
Okay.
matter?
Yeah, so you'll get two dice from that.
Or... Nice.
Okay.
Okay, so he's rolling 5 dice base, and I'll say a helping die from his cohort. So he's rolling 6 dice, you're rolling 5, and
+2 from Odelle, right?
plus, sorry, yeah, that's, yeah,
Yes,
you're
I get
rolling
6.
4 plus 2, so yeah. So he's
Right,
also
and
rolling
that
6 dice.
I did-
So I think if you win, you get away. They give up. If they win, okay. Yeah, I'll make this about effort instead, because I remember that we're still in downtime, so I kind of want to conclude this scene soon now. So I think what I'll say is, if you succeed, you get away, and they give up, and they kind of cut their losses. If you fail, you get away, but they report this to the Baron and put up like wanted posters and stuff in Axford, and maybe even later on send some troops over to Caramore or something like that, right?
Right.
So he's at 5 dice base, and he's now got all of his men running with him, so I'll give him 2 helping dice, so he's rolling 7 dice.
Right, so unless I put something into this, I'm almost...
You're rolling 6
there's-
dice, right?
Yeah, I'm rolling 1 dice less.
Yeah.
Not horrible.
Well, it's not horrible, but I never like rolling at a disadvantage. I guess I'll just go with it.
You can spend Persona.
I can, but I'm saving up my persona for the
You're a fool.
spell. Because I don't gain a lot of it that often, so I'm trying to be conservative, both to stop me from dying and also so I can actually spend it on something important.
Yeah. And, oh, I should say, in the case of a tie for this specific kind of test, we literally just try again.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll roll then. Do I...
Wow.
I don't have a base obstacle for this, do I? Oh, what? That's 1!
So,
It's
of 1. There you go.
Well, I win! Fuck you, I
Hooray.
can spend extra fate. I can spend some fate and get
Do
further
it.
away. Does that
Do
do
it.
anything?
No.
Does that do anything, Will? Nothing?
No.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, so after, I think, maybe 10-15 minutes of sustained jogging, they give up. And Svela's just like casually walking behind, seeing where they're going. So yeah, they cut their losses. Torka and 3 other kids from Caramore or Polnagolum are gonna get... Actually, I guess some of them could have already been in the orphanage. We'll say Torka and, like... Well, Torka's the only one we care about. So Torka gets
Hey, I care
factored
about his little
into-
sister.
Yeah, she's with you.
Okay, thank
But
God.
Torka gets drafted into the military.
I'm so upset by that. You have no idea.
And what else? Yeah, I think the Baron probably will inevitably hear about this anyway, but his reaction will be different from the failure that I stated a minute ago. So yeah, you get away. And you're able to slow down once you think they've stopped chasing. And that night, you set up camp on the road with all the kids now except Torka. And Svaler, so you can kind of see, oh, they're heading down that road, and you know, like, that road goes to Caramore, or certainly passes Caramore. So were you planning, when you were, like, walking down the street earlier, were you already planning on heading straight to Caramore, or are you,
Yeah, I was planning on, like, heading straight to Caramore. I had,
Okay.
like, a big sack on.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
basically just continue your journey then, as you would anyway, you feel satisfied as you're like walking down at just a normal walking pace, and after
Yeah.
I think half an hour of walking, you see the guards or the soldiers that ran past you before, like walking back, looking a bit dejected, and you kind of. Yeah, and I think you see the the commander. He sees you, and he says, "Damn it, giant woman! Had you not got in the way, we might have caught them."
I have a name. You slut.
So I was just like, I apologize, but I cannot control my size.
He like looks at you, thinking carefully about his next words, and he says, "Did you know those people? Are you affiliated with them?"
Not at all.
There was a human with them.
Yes, there was also a Rodin with them. Did you know her?
I'm Svela.
Get fucking wrecked.
He shakes his head.
Wig snatched.
Shakes his head. And says, "Where are you headed?"
I'm heading to Caramore. I heard the dam had broken there, and I wanted to assess the damage and then see if I could help out.
Yeah, and he like looks past you now back towards Axford, which is like still visible around the side of the coast, basically. And he says, "From what I hear, the Baron gave you a nice bit of land just up the hill from town."
Yes, that is where I live because I am a big woman, so therefore I need a big place.
"Indeed. But that makes you one of the Baron's vassals, does it not?"
Not really, no.
What is this fucking character, Scott?
Boy! Can I want to
Make
give a
an
humor point.
intimidation test.
Well, no, I said not really, no.
Yeah.
Hold on. I vote to give Svela the humor point right here, right now.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
take
please.
I agree.
Take a fight.
What have I done? I just
No, it was just the tone you said it in. It was just like, no, not really.
What did you say?
No, a
No,
fate.
take a
A
fight.
fate,
Sorry.
okay. Fucking.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think you should make a test here because, like, you are basically saying, I don't give a shit about your rules.
Oh, I mean, I feel like
Like he's saying you are a servant of the Baron because he's letting you live on his land.
well, here's the thing. He asked Svela a question, right? He said, "You're the Baron's vassal," and she's just like, "Not really, no," because Svela doesn't have a fucking clue what that means.
Yeah.
She's just given some land and is like, "Oh, I live there now."
Yeah. But he's what he's trying to do is like get you to like, since you're going to Caramel, he wants you to basically, you know, report back or whatever when you get back to Axford and so on and so forth, right? Like he wants you to uphold your duties as a citizen of Axford, basically. And so basically, I think what you're doing or what you're saying here is like, yeah, I don't give a shit about your rules, or something to that effect. Maybe not intimidation, but I'm not sure what else it would be. Svela used to have intimidation, but it looks like you didn't take it again on this rebuild.
Yeah, no, I didn't take it again on this.
I feel like considering that she's a giant woman, this should just be one of those innate things.
I just get that.
You're gonna go up to a fucking giant, right,
Look,
and not be intimidated?
I can't just keep giving out loads of free bonuses just because Svela's massive, right? Like, by the books,
ton.
like she already gets a specific mechanical effect. We can do stuff for flavor, but I'm not just gonna continually give out freebies just because she's huge.
Alright, so
First off, it was a joke.
Yeah.
Second off,
Well, I just wanted to make that clear. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
But hold on. Second off, that innate skill is actually called Big Dick Energy, and Svela's got it.
Well, when the trait vote comes.
The biggest dick is, I vote that for Svela.
It's the fucking trait.
Alright, so it's intimidation. Let's
Well,
see.
hang on.
Let's
Actually,
see.
before we roll, let's figure out like what success and failure would be, because we shouldn't just be rolling for no reason. It feels like there should be a test here, but only if it matters enough. Yeah, so I think success will be like, he's like, okay then, and leaves you the fuck alone. And really does cut his losses. Failure,
Maybe he intimidates you back.
well, I don't want to derail this too much.
He banishes you from the city.
I think failure is he still gives up because he's like out of energy. But he like either like, I don't know, spreads nasty rumors about you back in Axford or something, or like
Okay.
I think all I can say, like, because I don't, like I said, I don't want to derail this, so I think all I'll say is like failure is he will remember this.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna
Yeah.
have a fucking mortal enemy because I was just like, what were you say, bro? So I assume I don't get an advantage die for being like twice this man's height and probably the width of him.
Yeah, like I said, no freebie bonuses for stuff like that.
What's the op for this?
The ob is his will, which I think is Either 3 or 4. Probably 4 actually, because he is a commander.
Yeah, I'm not beating this. Because I've doubled for me because it's being learned, so...
Yeah, will 4.
It should be less
Yeah, I'm
because
not-
he's tired.
Yeah, I'm not beating that because it's an odd fucking 8 for me, so...
Yeah, okay. Well, mark that difficult will test. Instead of being learned. Yeah, so I'll have to think about what the exact consequences of that are, and probably won't come and get up again until you return to Axford, but he will remember that you A, blocked the road for him, and B, like, don't seem to respect the Baron's authority.
Yeah.
I used to have a macro for like ... insert character name here will remember that. Do you guys remember that macro?
The macro for what?
I used to have a macro that was like such and such will remember that, and it would just,
Oh,
it would just
yeah!
post it
Jesus
in chat.
Christ.
Yeah. Right, I'll need to give this guy a name as well, and the Baron a name.
Is that how I go? Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna make a note. Commander will remember Svela's disobedience. Okay, yeah, and you probably catch up with them, right? So they make camp, and there's a bunch of them, so they need to like set up a lot earlier than you do. And within an hour or so of them, you know, getting a fire lit and beginning to settle down, you see the little campfire in the distance on the roadside, and probably Odelle and Astor, you hear. Well, Odelle probably would hear Svela's footfalls. I don't think that she's like comically thud thud thud.
Yeah,
but,
no, like the ground doesn't shake when she
Yes.
walks.
But like, that you do have a slightly heavier gait than a normal person.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess Odelle, you hear this sound of someone presumably very heavy walking down the road in like twilight, like verging on darkness, and you have tunnel vision. So yeah, if you like look along the road, you can probably see this figure in the distance as well. Jen?
What?
You can see and hear Svela. Well, we know that it's Svela, but you can see and hear this person approaching your camp slowly. They're just walking at a leisurely
I grabbed
pace.
my bow. Who's out there?
Hello? It's, the lady you was running to earlier?
Step into the light.
She just steps into the light and says, hello.
You're there as well, Astor.
Sorry, what was that, Will?
We're seeing campsite on the road. Svela is here now.
Oh yeah, it was just the last bit. Okay. Hello? Oh, you're that woman from the market. What are you doing?
I'm heading to Caramel? I assume you're doing the same.
Yeah, Yes, we're heading there now. Or presumably tomorrow after we're done sleeping. But what brings you to Caramore, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm going to assess the damage. The well, it's I sort of like to craft things and fix things, so I wanted to see if I could help out.
Yes, well, a lot of places are in need of repair after the flood. Paramore especially, a lot of the buildings got destroyed. You're probably gonna have a lot of work on your hands. Though I think they'll much appreciate it.
Yes, well, I've got to do my part. Um,
Would you like to
might
make
if
camp
I
with us?
yes, sure. Might if I ask your names?
My name is Astor, and the rodent woman over there is named Odelle.
I wave.
What are you doing in Caramore?
A couple of things. It's a long story. Um, so originally we were trying to help with the flood, kind of like you, except not with crafting, but with just kind of solving the basic needs: food, water, place to sleep. After that, we kind of got a mission from the mayor to try and quell rumors about the dam containing treasure. And after we had a narrow escape with death there, we returned here to do a couple of odd jobs. One of which was returning orphans to their parents, which went poorly.
I could see.
Yeah. Um, I don't know if you knew the situation, but the people chasing after us wanted to take the children and put them into the army.
Oh, that's not pleasant.
No, they most likely would have died, even if they are, as they say, of the age to join.
Well, it's a good thing you helped out there then. I can't imagine most of them were wanting to.
Most of them. But some of them wanted to stay. Some of them thought it would be great to be in the army, and one of them was someone I knew, unfortunately. And I don't know if he'll survive.
Well, one can only hope.
Yeah.
What about you, Odelle?
I'm looking at Svella a little suspiciously, kind of like trying to peek around her into the darkness to see if there are any guards behind her or something. Do I hear anything in the dark?
Caw.
Okay.
That was the Raven God. Psych, you're captured.
Fuck. What was the question?
What's
Like,
your story?
what are you doing? Yeah, what's your story?
Well, I didn't have much of a story. Until I opened this one, I bring out my Bible.
Odelle, I appreciate
Was that
it.
the Book of Esther?
Yes. Yes, it is. Are you familiar with it?
I've had a skim.
Oh, not again. Not two of you.
No, believe me, I'm not. I don't ascribe to the Issa religion. I have my own faith, after all.
Your own faith. I inch a little closer to her.
So I don't think it's anything like your faith, Odelle. Mine's is a lot more spiritual, I guess. A lot more ancestry type things.
Well, are you still standing like by our?
Like she sat down. Like she sat down
Okay,
on the
okay.
ground. She's cross-legged.
So you're like eye level now.
Yeah, like eye level.
Just as a question,
Mm-hmm.
of the four people that were the four kids that were left behind, were those the kids that wanted to stay?
Yeah, basically, they were the ones who got lined up by the guards who were actually excited to join the military. I'm gonna say, for the sake of like things we care about, that three of them, there was four of them, three of them were orphans from like somewhere else, like just orphans that were already at the orphanage before the ones from Caramore and Polnagolum showed up.
Uh-huh.
Torker is the only one from Caramore / Polnagolum who is left behind.
Okay.
All of the other kids and adults are with you.
Good. All right. Well. Well, aside from matters of religion, uh, did you pass guards on the way here? They didn't follow you or anything, right?
No, they did not follow me, but the captain of the guard seemed to. I don't think he liked me, considering I'm, you know.
I don't think he likes anyone that doesn't subscribe to the belief that his Baron is a god among men.
Maybe, but he. I think he was mainly, you know, not too happy with the fact I'm huge and therefore got in the way of his chasing you down.
You got in the way?
Well, yes. I mean, I don't. I'm not too big of a fan of them. They do often. Sometimes they call me giantess. You know, like yes, sure I'm giant, but I do have a name.
Well, Svela,
Yes, fella.
thank you very much.
Don't mention it.
I'm sure a lot of children got to sleep at a home because of you instead of in a tent in the army, like my friend Torka. I'm sorry. Still processing that.
Did one
But
of the
thank
kids
you.
stay behind?
Yeah, a couple of them. Stayed.
Well, I mean, it's the decision after all. Can't really stop someone from doing something if they set their mind to it.
No, and sometimes that's the hardest part. You get to see someone make what you at least perceive to be a mistake, and if it ends up being wrong, it can't be undone most of the time.
That is true. I've seen people do pretty shitty things to get what they want. So I mean, at least what he done wasn't, I mean, too terrible. But he can just take his own path, and if that leads him down a dark road, it leads him down a dark road. He made the decision. As what do they say? He made his bed, now he shall lie in it. That sort of thing.
I suppose. I'm just. I've seen war and the things it can do to people and places, and I just know that if this carries on, if every place is like this, building up armies of children and stockpiling weapons, it's only going to end in the same thing again and again. People are gonna die, and there'll be nothing left.
Can only do what we can do. Sadly, people die all the time, and well, I don't know too much. I don't think you can prevent death. I'm not.
There is
Yeah.
no current way now, even in magic. Unless Odelle knows something I don't.
I know nothing.
Well, there you have it. Not even Acer can truly bring back the dead, though I doubt, under their beliefs, they'd want to.
Well, I mean, as much as it hurts, death is a part of life. I mean, if you got rid of death, that would be the point of life.
Well, I don't know, but the dead are never truly gone. In some way, we carry on their memories. We carry on the things they loved, the things they.
Sometimes
not
it
their-
isn't enough, though.
I mean, their souls still exist.
Yes, and
If you prescribe to that belief, I suppose, yeah.
Okay, pause
Sure.
right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't
Do
know.
we not fucking know about the existence of ghosts?
I mean, like, I don't know if Astor
Uh,
believes those are people
What?
technically.
You're
I feel
a
like
magic user!
look.
Astor seeing a ghost, and let's see who's under the mask.
But I think Astor
Um,
believes as like spirits as such are more like denizens of the natural world, or like ghosts of people are more like discorporations of what people once were, and he doesn't really treat them as such.
Right, yeah.
Like
Probably.
he believes they are come from people, but I don't think he believes they are people within their own right until he sees something that could convince him otherwise, which I don't think he has yet.
Yeah. I think, Jan, in your case, like, ghosts are something that you don't want in your like if you can avoid people turning into ghosts, that's a good thing.
I meant less as in ghosts specifically, but as in like we know of the existence of the soul.
Yeah, so the existence of the soul, certainly, though there's a lot of debate about like what that means, obviously. Theological debate and so on.
Yeah, like I don't think we know about the wheel of like reincarnation or whatever it is now. Like that is a very abstract.
I mean, I suppose if you were in the incarnate circles, perhaps, but like
I think
that's
you would like there's like I hesitate to say general knowledge, but like I think a lot of religions have some like
some notion of
incorporate the notion of reincarnation in some form or another, though it's not uniform, you know.
Yeah, so it would be treated mostly as a belief.
Yeah, like a religion. I don't think that anyone knows specifically. There is a thing out there that functions as the wheel of reincarnation.
Yeah.
I don't think it is like a common known truth outside of religious circles that it's like, oh, definitely you'll be reincarnated into like a new form when you die. I think it is a kind of debated topic.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I'd say that like probably outside of the incarnates, particularly the incarnates of the wheel itself, you wouldn't have any reason to so feel free to continue debating about personal philosophy, basically.
Yep.
Okay. Like, I mean, there's ghosts and everything, so
They're shadows, I believe, of
Well-
what once was, but
listen, if the ghosts are here, right? The spirit is truly the important part. the flesh may die, and you know, physically they may not be here with us. But that doesn't mean that they don't exist, or they never existed, or they stop existing.
Yes, to us, well, to me, the ancestors are ghosts, especially are ancestors who have not finished what they have done on these lands. They have things to attend to. There was one tale I remember my father used to tell it to me, how a woman's mother passed away, but she did not go. Her ghost stayed, and it stayed until she knew her daughter's marriage was seen through. Upon the end of the ceremony, the ghost just was gone. And to us, the ancestors are always a part of us. If they are always with us. They are what drives us to do new things. And when we lose people, we do not lose them entirely. While yes, their bodies may be gone, everything else about them isn't. The belongings are still in places. The memories they made are still there, and well, it's too much deep talk for this time, I guess. But I believe that, well, they're still with us regardless.
I appreciate your sentiment, but and I don't mean to offend you in any way. You've helped us out today. We barely know you, but I just can't see myself really believing that there is some sort of existence after death. I don't think ghosts are anything more, in my opinion, than corporeal wants invigorated by magical energy. They subsist, they're more like echoes of a previous person, their deepest wants and desires at the point of death. But if I believe that they're real, real people's souls, it would make everything that I've ever worked for meaningless.
I will scooch a little bit closer to Astor and lay a paw gently on I don't know, his leg or something, his nature. And I'll... Did you lose somebody, Astor?
I lost everybody. I have never told you this, but everyone I knew was slaughtered in a matter of weeks. I come from a place called Mirya, and there was a rebellion. The nobles in the area, ruling class, had decided over a long period of time to tax the serfs into oblivion. The farmers, everyone eventually coming to the trading markets, into poverty. And there was incredible civil unrest. People were slain for tax collecting. My friend's parents were killed so they could be robbed by guards. Everything revolved around money. And eventually people got so angry and so tired that they picked up whatever they could find, and there was a bloodbath. The only person I managed to save years down the line was still taken from me. So do I believe in ghosts or things afterlife? I don't think I can, because in a way it makes everyone who is responsible for that absolved of their sins, and I can't live in a world where it's possible.
don't think I should absolve them. But I also don't think that you should resign yourself to the thought that somehow the people most important to you aren't still with you. Seems a little bit of a lonely existence to me.
Astor, I haven't known you long, but I'm not afraid to tell my story as well. But I lost everyone as well. But while yours was over a longer period of time, I lost all of my people in one night. All of them. I remember I'd gone out on a hunt alone. It was dark, and I ended up having to sleep out in the snow. And when I got back, every single hut, every home, every person dead. Not a single one alive. I am the last of my people, and I have taken it upon myself to carry them with me, because as the last member, it is my duty to make sure that their memories live on, and that they can pass on peacefully, knowing that their stories did not fade into darkness like many others.
I think that's a very noble thing to do, Svela. But I think I carry my friends, my family in a different way from you is all. Will you carry them within the bonds you held, the lives they once led and believe they continue to live and pass on? I have a goal. I have a task that needs completed, a way to prevent suffering like theirs ever again. I think that's my way of remembering them.
That too is noble. Well, I'm getting sleepy. I'm going to hit the hay as it is.
I'm
I will
sorry
see
to
you all in
catch
the
you up.
morning. Oh, no worries. It's
Man,
good to get to know the people you travel with.
Maybe a little too well. But thank you nonetheless. I enjoyed the talk. And with that, I think Astor heads back to wherever he's made his kind of like blanket nest or whatever to sleep.
God, this must have been a very depressing conversation to anyone who's listening.
Absolutely. I think this is though a perfect time to bring up like everything, especially with these three characters.
It's good. It's good. I'm just wondering, like, I sure hope the parents had all put the kids to bed or something, because man,
This is presumably
Jazz
like,
hands trauma.
hey kid, want to hear about my dead city? Hey, want to hear about my trauma? Hey kid.
You want to hear about all my tribe brutally slaughtered? Can give you details.
Classic campfire in the woods discussion.
Now, kids, gather around for a bedtime story about the
existential-
uprising of the proletariat.
Cool. All right. Was there anything else anyone wanted to say in that scene, or?
Odelle?
I would just kind of like to walk amongst the parents and make sure that they're okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think if anything, the adults are more shook than some of the kids.
The kids are like, "Oh my god, that was so exciting!"
They're like very grateful to you for having helped them. They're not really sure what they would have done without you, and I think they. I think at least one of them phrases their thanks in such a way that is like, clearly Asa did not want these kids to join the Baron, else that spell of yours wouldn't have worked. And they like take solace in that, so that they don't feel bad for they don't feel like they've broken the law or anything. They feel like validated by not obeying the law in a way. I guess they're like, you know, they don't feel like they have committed sin or anything of that nature, because your spell worked.
Nice. So they're glad to get out, glad to have their kids.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think I don't think we have time to necessarily roleplay out the whole thing, but I think Tina, Torka's sister, does like is like quietly sobbing.
Oh no! I will comfort this child.
Yeah, and well, I think more than anything, she wants to talk to Astor, and wants to like know.
I see you crying before I go to bed.
Yeah, and wants to like know. What are Astor's social skills like, actually?
Well,
like,
you already know they're bad.
How's your emotional intelligence?
Okay, so Astor has been able to maintain a relationship for a while with another human being. He did also live in a cave for 4 weeks without any social interaction, so I feel like these balance out, and he's a solid 5 on the scale of social interaction.
Okay, yeah, you don't have soothing platitudes learned.
I do not have anything that could possibly help with this not being learned.
But your will is 5. I think you can probably like make out that she probably just wants an adult to tell her that Torka will be alright.
Okay.
Whether you actually give her that comfort or not is up to you, I guess.
I definitely give her that comfort.
Right. Yeah, I'm not gonna make a roll there, but at the very least she stops crying.
I think at this point, Astor takes off his kind of like cowl, his linen cowl, and he wraps it around her. Which is incredibly oversized for her, but it's just adding
like
to the comfort factor.
Yeah, and I think she hugs you for a little while, and like you're all sitting around the fire, I guess, and she like hugs you until you notice that her like grip slacks and she's like fallen asleep. And you like help to gently move her over to the nest of other kids where she can sleep properly. And then you go to bed as well.
And then Odelle dies from dysentery.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, next day you head back, finish your journey, get back to Caramel, and that's where we'll leave that scene. Let's jump back to the dam. How are people doing on time, by the way? Should we have this scene and then call a session there, or do people still want to keep going after that?
I'm fine with whatever.
I'm fine. I just kind of want something to eat.
Maybe this scene and then done because I have very much am tired.
Okay.
Fair enough. Okay. So yeah, you head into the dam with Edvard, and it's like, yeah, it's coming up on midnight-ish now. Where has Lolva set up camp? I guess this, oh no, that's not fire, is it? That's a piece of linen. Lolva has probably moved into the sort of canteen bed area. She's got a fire going near this broken piece of, or probably around the corner of this broken piece of whatever.
You can't see it.
Oh, are you not on the... yeah, you should be on the dam page.
I'm not.
No, I'm on the flooded lands.
Are you on the dam now?
No, let's refresh
no.
and see the changes.
What are we supposed to be looking at?
The dam.
I don't see shit.
Let's see, 10 seconds till I can see shit.
It's saying my connection to the server has been interrupted, so that might be it. It hasn't registered that I've
No,
moved
it's still flooded lands.
No, it's still flooded.
Okay, well, she's in the room with the beds and tables. If you recall, excuse me. If you recall, there was a section of collapsed wall, kind of above the wall, the war room on the map. So she's kind of around the corner of that collapsed section where she's got like, she's kind of built a chimney, or she's using it as to like let the smoke out. She's got a campfire there. She's got it looks like she's got like one of the beds, and it looks like she's like cleaned all the dust off of it and is using it set up next to the fire. She's hacked up some of the benches into actually, I guess probably not. Yeah, she probably doesn't need to hack it up. So she's using one of the tables as a table and bench near where she's sleeping. She's got there's like a linen sack on the table with what looks like a load of like veggies and other bits of foraged material, berries, roots, stuff like that, nuts. Working on the table, there's a map laid out with some cartography tools. And in the corner of the room, there's some now kind of ruddy looking but clean clean bandages like hanging up on a rail near where she's got the fire. So it looks like her dressing that she's been cleaning and reapplying every day, drying. What else? Visually, she looks well. Certainly better, more healthy than she looked when you last left her. And what else? She's yeah, I guess she has. It looks like she's got some kind of stew. That's just like bubbling, like half-eaten stew that's like still warming by the fire, just like staying warm-ish. And I think most of the room, like it looks like she's rearranged some of the stuff in the room, basically. So most of the beds have been piled up in a corner instead of being all spread out. Like I said, she's moved the benches. And yeah, I think like when you come down, yeah, when you come down and like down the steps, past the dried up water fountain, if you remember that bit. It basically coming towards this room, and you see her. She has stood up and like got her. What did she have? I think it's an axe or something, or a halberd. She's got that like pointed in your direction as you come into view. And then you see her like visibly relax when she sees you. She drops the halberd and or well, maybe doesn't she drop it? She just like calls your name. She's like, Romienji, and she like puts the halberd to the side and starts running towards you.
Doesn't care about Edvard at all.
Well, I'm assuming that Edvard.
Romienji and the other one.
Keep going.
I'm assuming that Edvard is just behind, and so
Okay.
as she's
I'm
running,
just sort of hanging in the doorway in the shadows as usual.
yeah.
You know me.
So as she's running towards you, she's like, "It's been so long. Is it just you or others with you?"
I gesture back. I turn like a little bit to the side, and I'm just like, "Oh, Edvard's here too. We're here about the airships. Have you been looking into anything here? How's your wound healing up?"
She like pokes her head round the corner, and she's like, "Edvard, stop skulking over there. Say hello."
He's dead.
He's dead.
He's dead.
He's died.
He's
He's died.
stabbed in the back by a shadow creature.
And then she turns back to you and says, yes, my wound's quite alright now, I think. Healed up quite nicely. Barely left a scar, actually. And,
That's good to hear.
Yes, there's been, well, quite a few discoveries, I feel. This place is, as I suspected, really quite remarkable. Gosh, there's so much to say, so much to talk about. Come in, please. Don't let me leave you hanging on the threshold there. I've got a little bit of uneaten stew left if you two are hungry.
Stomachs growl simultaneously at the mention of food-roo.
Yeah. Yeah, and she like leads you over to have some stew, and there's like half a portion each for you.
Nice.
But it's enough. And she offers some of the raw veg as well, which probably Romienji would be alright to eat, but maybe not Edvard.
I mean, it depends on the vegetable.
Yeah, it does actually. Anyway, she tells you, I've just been working on a more detailed map of this place, and she's like got these bits of parchment and stuff laid out on the table, and the map that she's been drawing up is very similar to the one that I drew that I would put you on as players if my connection was good.
Hooray!
Did that work?
No.
No. Okay.
One day you'll be able to change the scene well.
Yeah.
When you regain your powers that your internet is taken from
Yeah.
Mhm.
So she's like laying out this map and like showing you all the rooms that you've been into. She's also mapped out the lower sections where the sluice gates and stuff are. She's found a way to get down to the actual place where the golems stand and process the water. And she tells you about how there are like the pipes on their backs seem to kind of screw into bigger pipes in the dam. And what else does she tell you? She's been trying to figure out how she's tried to decipher some of the language and symbology and stuff that's all over the place. Hasn't had much luck with that, but through just trial and error, by waiting every it takes her like because the power is so low in the dam now. It pretty much takes her like a day to wait for it to recharge or whatever, to have enough energy for her to experiment with the control panel thing that you guys found before with all the wiring crazy puzzle stuff. So she's been slowly experimenting with that, and she reckons she's got a good portion of it figured out now. She knows how to consistently open and close the hangar doors. She can lower the boat down on the chains that it's suspended from. And she can push it forwards on the rails that the chains are attached to, so that it hangs out over the out beyond the hangars over the dam, basically ready in a launching position. She thinks she's found the button to release the chains, but is afraid to press it because she doesn't know how to reconnect it if she did release it. She also doesn't know how to like power the damn thing yet, but she has a few ideas. She, whilst it was hanging out on the, like, it's all packed up at the moment, but whilst it was hanging out over the ledge out of the hangar on the rails, she figured out on the panel that looks like a praying statue thing in the hangar, if you guys remember that. She figured out how to get that to then open the wings of the boat, which were above, which you couldn't really properly see before because they were in darkness. And that's where the two, she calls them balloons, would go.
Okay, so there are... Please tell me there is a skeleton for these balloons, right?
Yeah, so they're... What are they? They're like... There's some sort of skeleton or scaffolding or whatever around where the material would go. She thinks she's found the material, but it's in like not great form. It's like mostly in tatters, like moth-bitten and dusty and crap like that. So she reckons...
Extremely old.
Yeah, extremely old. So she reckons that they need to get new cloth. And she's no idea what they would even fill with. Because she's like, well, if they fill with air, then it will just sink. Like I'm not a scientist, but even I can figure out that this, if you just filled it with normal air, the whole thing would just crash. So
Yeah.
She
there
is a
must
scientist. She
be.
just invented ballast weighting 30,000 years earlier than it was meant to be discovered.
So she's like positing that there's probably something that would fill it, to give it lift.
I mean, there's literally a smokestack on this thing. It's obviously either going to be some form of like hydrogen or helium, or the current world equivalent, or it's going to be hot air. But I doubt it's hot air because I know that hot air can't lift for shit.
Yeah. She suspects though that like it has something to do with the golems. Because where the golems connect the pipes, not all of them have water going into them. It seems like some of them are input pipes and some of them are output pipes. So she's still exploring that front. So yeah, from a meta point of view, Lolva has helped to basically figure out like how to deploy the boat once it's working. She hasn't figured out how to get it working yet.
Right.
And doesn't really have the materials to like make big sheets of cloth and stuff for the balloons and what else? Yeah, she's also explored the area with the she calls it the crazy ash ghost.
Oh,
So she's been in that room some more as well. And has been up to look at the tablets that Odelle and Astor looked at as well, but can't make heads or tails of them. And has opened another one of the sarcophagi, and found it in a similar condition to the first, which, if you recall, had been beheaded with a waxy stump on its neck, similar to the golems. And she thinks that the 6 sarcophagi are also linked to the 6 golems in the dam. And she posits to you, Romienji, because she was there when you used the name before, and presumably you tell her about what you did earlier today. She posits to you that probably each of the people in the sarcophagi are the names of the golems, and that they're related in some fashion more than just like name and number, that like maybe they're soul bound or something. But she doesn't know enough about magic to really say anything. And she's very curious about what happened in Polnagolem and about your wound. So how much do you tell her in response?
I guess we can like talk about the Polnagolem situation in terms of there was a corrupted magic user there, and that we managed to defeat her, but not before she managed to get me.
Yeah.
cause my wound. And go over like how the townspeople were under her like control, but now we're back to normal. And assumedly, I like am knowing that the children are were in Karamor, and I don't know where they are now. But
Yeah, I think we decided that you knew that Astor and Odelle had headed off to get the
right,
children,
to
but you
get
don't
them.
know what
Okay,
the
no.
result of that is yet.
Yes, because I
Yeah.
have no idea yet. Okay, so that they're gonna go get them, and
Yeah.
so I explain all that, and then I explain our run-in with the golem earlier,
Mm.
and how I had used it, but it didn't seem to be enough power generated through the water to get it to move much more than just standing up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the other thing she tells you in that regard is that, like, where the dam, like in the sluice tunnels and stuff, where the golems connect up and kind of make part of the dam, there are gates at the bottom of the dam where they can enter and exit.
Hmm.
And the gates are located directly above, or sorry, no, beneath each of the 6 hangars, which is partly why she thinks they're linked to the boats as well. And she can't figure out why, like, what would propel the boat, like, once it's in the air, because it doesn't seem to have, like, a sail or there are little there are
Have
like
propellers been invented yet?
hang on, let me check the picture that you guys found before.
I don't know if it had propellers on it.
It's loading.
Oh yeah, it did.
Yes, okay. So there are propellers on it, but she's not really sure if they're like if that would be enough, you know.
I mean, if propellers haven't been invented yet, then would she even know what they're for?
Then woo.
I mean,
Because at that
she
point,
would
sails
call
would be-
them windmills, right? She's like there's these little windmills, right? And she's not sure. Like she can see the internal structure of the balloon sections, like where the skeleton is, and they're not connected to. It's not like there's millstones inside the dolphin bits or whatever.
Yeah.
Or the dolphin, yeah, because the balloons are like shaped like dolphins almost. Yeah, so she's just generally confused by a lot of the structure of this stuff, but she has a few ideas and probably spends the rest of the night talking to you guys until you get tired and all fall asleep. But is there any like specific questions either of you want to ask Lolva about things that she may or may not have discovered yet?
I guess
Will
probably.
you marry me, please?
Will you marry me, Lolva? Please. No.
Lava blushes. I thought you would never ask.
Probably ask about more about the golems, and if like about like the input ones, like what exactly are they inputting, or do you know, or
Water, it seems. So there's
they're inputting water.
Water comes through these big tunnels at the back of the dam, sort of in the lake bed beneath the dam almost. So like, oh, I can't show you because you're not on the page, but oh well. So like, there are tunnels. There are like tunnels at the back of the dam beneath the water level, where they intake water, and the tunnels narrow and increase pressure by narrowing. And that's then seems to lead into a series of tunnels that she loses track of at that point, but she's pretty sure that they then end up in the back of the golems, and the golems do something to the water, presumably purifying it, since the blackness on the one side of the lake comes out clean on the other. So she thinks that the black stuff probably gets distilled out somewhere, but she's not sure where the excess goes. So maybe that's one of the tunnels, or one of the other output pipes. And the second output pipe, she doesn't know what's in that either, and she doesn't want to like break one open. And then the front of the golem, like its belly mouth thing, is where all of the pure water pours out from.
Right.
And then that pours into basically another funnel and gets shot, or not shot, but like pours out the front of the dam through another tunnel.
Right.
And then the golems are each like standing on these platforms in the sluice tunnels where they're all connected up and stuff. But if they just walk forwards, like beyond the funnel that's normally in front of them, there's little. I mean, she goes down and shows you probably the next day. There's like a little walkway around the funnel, and she's pretty sure that the golem would be able to walk round that section and then forwards, and that's where there's a gate that opens up into the dam. Into the open air directly beneath where the hangars open up.
See.
Yeah.
I guess another question that I'd ask is if she had any ideas of like how to bring the golem back, besides potentially finding a way to get the airship working, because we have no idea how to get the airship working.
Yeah, she's not sure if like how would she say it? I think she thinks that there is a way that the golems connect up to the airship somehow. Like there seems to be a slot or something in the back of the boat, or on the back underside of the boat, that you guys didn't see before because it was like so dark.
Right.
But like seeing it out in the open on the rails, she could see this slot thing. She's not sure why it's there, but it's almost the right shape for the like front end of the golem, and she's like thinking maybe the golem attaches to the boat somehow. But then she's not sure why.
Right.
Or what that would do. And she's not sure that the boat would be able to lift it up because the golem is like made of stone and stuff. So she's like doesn't get it at all on that front. In terms of bringing more golems back to the dam, she's excited by that idea, but doesn't know how. Though she'll maybe come up with something in a second. She also isn't sure if it will actually help to generate more power because the water pressure is so low. And so what she suggests doing to properly get the golems working again is to rebuild part of the ruined crack in the dam and wait for it to rain, just so that the water pressure rises a bit, enough that they can produce power more consistently.
Right.
So she wants to like her next goal, had you not shown up, her next goal was to go off looking along the mountain ridge for big rocks to roll back, and to look for like bits of scrap in the dam itself that she can use to start rebuilding the dam. And maybe she's actually started work on that a little bit already, but she's not made much progress yet.
Right. I will bring up. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you go ahead.
I was gonna say Romienji brings up like the sarcophagi and like how they might be connected to the golems, and maybe there's something that can be done there.
Yeah. I think she shrugs to that and says, well, they're in big, heavy stone boxes, and they're also so also beautifully and strangely carved. I feel like the sarcophaguses are there as like protection or storage almost, like that's where they're meant to be. I don't think we should move them. But yeah, maybe there's some magic, something related to getting better control over the golems. Because, well, you said you managed to get it to stand up, but I remember when it attacked us, it was wild almost, like a rabid, crazed creature. It's, I don't know, maybe there's some way to control them better. I mean, there must be, if whoever lived here before controlled them, there must be a way.
Romienji shrugs and nods to the murals and says, "I don't really understand much of, well, anything that they've put up, so."
Me either, yeah. But there's 3 of us here now. 3 heads better than 1. And
I suppose. I'm not exactly a scholarly type, but I'm sure we'll think of some. If anything, I can help you roll those boulders down.
Well, don't
Well,
push yourself too hard, eh? And she like points
Well-
to your stab wound.
Mm.
Yes, go ahead, Lucian.
please tell me you're not planning on fueling these airships on hydrogen. Because that's a bad idea. Like, that's a
He's
really
fueling them on
bad
magic,
idea.
Lucian.
You
Well,
don't
they're
know
gonna
what
get-
hydrogen is.
Yeah, you have no idea what hydrogen is.
Well, actually, now hold on. Maybe we do know what hydrogen is. It depends.
Hydrogen is one of the last elements to be like scientifically discovered. I'm pretty sure. So
It's we have a
Probably not.
we have magic and God.
yes.
right. Feel like
Did God tell us of
Is there a
hydrogen?
god of
could.
hydrogen? Is
fucking maybe, all right? We don't know yet. That's the thing. This is a brand new open world. We just unboxed Skyrim. We just got out of Helgen, okay?
We're worshipping Hydrojon, the god of hydrogen.
I hate you.
What is this? What is this fucking
Astor
blessing?
dies in his
Explode
sleep.
occasionally. Yeah. Cursed by the. I got Hydrojon poison.
God is the worst.
Hydrojon curses you and you die in your sleep. Oh, so sad. No.
So saith the great almighty Hydrojon.
Can we take like a 5-minute break?
Okay.
You have to go get food.
I'm really hungry.
Eat the food.
Well, I think we're wrapping up now. So if you want,
Are we?
well,
Yeah.
yeah. I
Can't
think
let about
so.
Hydrojon.
The eternal question: are we really wrapping up?
Well, we can if we want to, right? And I think Brian wants to.
Yeah, I'm very tired.
Yes,
I had a very long
sleeping
day
I'm also
yesterday.
tired.
We also got a
You're
lot
sick.
done this session
You're
anyway.
very tired.
Yeah, I think so.
I am
So I think
Um,
we should move on to stuff that's like wrapping up.
Yeah. I think yeah, because we need to do Arta. I think so. The last thing I'll say on this scene is that it may be best to leave the dam for now. Like when we come back to next session, just so that we can actually get to the end of the downtime. Say like, you know, you're gonna leave the dam for now. Up to you whether you want to bring Lolva back to Caramel or leave her there to help protect it or something. She would probably offer to stay and keep researching and keep trying to figure the stuff out. And then you come back with the whole party.
Mm-hmm.
Which will then officially get us out of downtime. Unless there's something more urgent you want to do. In that vein.
Not really.
Yeah. So, because chances are, like, if you do plan on trying to rebuild the dam and fix the airship and all that jazz, it's going to be a big investment of time and resources, and it's probably not something that just you and Edvard and Lolva can handle, and I don't want to exclude the rest of the party for too much longer. So if it's okay with you two, as in you and Brian and Lucian, rather than writing a belief about exactly follow up to this specific scene for next week, like write a more general belief about rebuilding the dam or fixing the airship or whatever, and then we can all come at it as a whole party again.
Okay.
Plus new party members, Fela, the giantess.
Yes, who's the only one among you with actual construction skills.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking, like, oh, this is gonna be our building montage with Fela directing the building site. Like, no, you must pick up hardwood. This is cheap shit. This board would break like little man that you are.
Goodness.
So just like, I can bench your weight 10 times. Come on, Ty.
But you need boost.
Boost like child.
Vela no need boost.
Anyway.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, if it's okay with you two, I think it's probably better to be like, okay, well, we clearly can't solve this problem from here, so let's head back to town, figure something out with the whole group, and come back.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to dictate what your characters are doing too much, but I'm also aware that we've been in this downtime bit for like 3 sessions now.
Yeah.
I'm always just like, maybe we'll finish it this session, and we never do.
Yeah.
Eternal downtime.
Yeah. Is that okay with you two?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
fine.
good.
Cool. All right, so yeah, next session, I think we will just cut to the end of the downtime and be like, all right, 2 more weeks pass, everyone's back in Karamor. I'll say Lolva stays on in the dam for convenience, and then you can decide what you want to collectively do next, whether it's focus on the dam, or deal with political stuff again, or go fight a dragon, or whatever, right? So discuss that among yourselves midweek, and then write beliefs for it. Cool. All right, let's earn Arta.
Well.
Yes.
Before we address this, I don't know. Did we add the stuff for me adding my backstory, or did we not?
Persona, you mean?
Yeah. I can't remember if I took it.
I think I told you to take it. Yeah, I think you took it.
I just wanted to like ask if that was that because I could not fucking remember.
I can't remember either, so I'm gonna err on the side of saying that yes, I gave it to you.
Okay.
Rather than risk giving it to you twice.
That's all I wanted.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to Astor first, since he's on the list first. And
I did things.
You did things. What did you do? Tell us what you did.
I did stop the army man from taking the children, most of them. I feel like I should get like a 99% completion for that.
You get 99% of a persona, which you
thank
can't
you.
spend.
I'm adding that to my percentage.
You can't spend it until it becomes a whole persona.
I tie someone's shoelace for them and get the extra 1%, and then you'll be fucking sorry.
Okay, Okay, here, let's check the belief properly.
Yeah,
So,
like I don't actually know what would happen with this one because it's the man from the army is trying to take children out of their ranks. I've witnessed the devastation war firsthand and will not let this happen again at any cost. I'll try to distract the recruiters while the children slip away.
I think you did that successfully.
Mhm.
Yeah, like you didn't write a belief about saving Talker specifically, so I'd say
Yeah.
persona.
Okay. I will take that persona.
Had it been like, had you knuckled down on Talker and been like, I will bring Talker back with me whether he likes it or not.
yeah, then it would definitely not have been completed.
Well, then you probably would have acted differently as well, right?
Yeah. I didn't do anything on the first and second, I don't believe. For my instinct.
Yeah, probably not.
No, nothing there. Do I get anything for... Oh, always in the way, because I made Odelle save me by doing something fucking stupid again.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Finally, this is paying off.
Yeah.
It's just gonna get ticked every time I do stupid shit. I should do stupid shit more often. Okay, so fate for that. And...
Yeah.
Okay.
What else? Oh yeah, I didn't really get a chance to mention it at any point, but like this is more for flavor than anything else anyway, so it's less relevant. But like ever since you left the Church of the Optical God, even after your mage sense has turned off, every time Astor closes his eyes, he sees this bottle. Just
Sounds fun.
like instead of like normally people close their eyes and they see just random shapes or just like wisps of
And the purple
whatever.
snow.
The purple snow and the dog.
And the dog
Everyone
called
sees
Clifford, the
dog.
big red dog.
everyone...
Eternally there, taunting me, you fucking monster.
Yeah. Well, that's been replaced with just this magic bottle. Exactly like floating exactly as you first saw it when you had that scene, and it's just there now, all the time.
Imagine Clifford the big red dog eating.
So what is that? One fate, one persona?
That's one fate, one persona. I don't think I got anything else here. Oh, can I take Torka's sister as a relationship for like the start one? Since I've kind of like bonded with her slightly.
Yeah.
You've now adopted a child.
You've adopted a child. Yeah, you can put Tina there with one blob on relationship aptitude.
There we go.
You can probably also
I don't want
delete.
her to like go out of my brain.
You can probably
'Cause
also
I still
delete
forget her.
the note for.
Oh yeah, the Torka one.
Yeah, probably change that to be like.
Meet at church. Yeah, army man now. But sure.
Cool. All right, that will do on that one. I think for Astor. Edvard.
I mean, not much was done today. I wanted to see the bird again.
Yeah, so had you failed that orienteering test, you would have literally found the cave that the dragon lives in.
Oh.
Yeah.
Aww. God damn it. God
Yeah,
damn
but
us actually
you wouldn't have been
succeeded
able
on
to
something
fucking-
for one.
Two of you against the dragon? I think I'd put my money on the dragon.
And she pulls out a spirit knife. Oh, so it's gonna be like this, huh?
Oh
Eat him,
well.
eat him.
No, I don't think I got anything this session.
Okay. Well. Yeah, I guess you didn't help. You didn't help Romienji.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was never given the option to help. It was either skills being learned or nothing.
Well, you could have helped cleaning.
No.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
see, it's your choice.
No, see, there was the option. You just decided not to take it.
Yeah.
Look, I helped dig the thing out. I'm not gonna help clean it too.
Yeah. So I mean, this isn't fate worthy, but like you know that the bird is still around because you saw recent meals. Those crabs on the rock. So yeah.
You should get that checked out.
I'm still not 100% sure what to make of your newfound love of explosives.
I mean,
we'll see. I mean, like you're not gonna get as lucky as you were with that first one. Probably again for a while.
I also had left out telling Lova about the explosion
Oh,
on
okay,
purpose.
yeah.
On purpose.
Does Edvard
He does-
like when Romienji like omits that Edvard made a bomb? Does Edvard boast or just stay silent?
I mean, it didn't go that badly, so I'd say he talks about.
It hurt me. And it hurt Astor too.
But it also hurt the witch. And that's
Which
the thing
like
that
dusted
counts.
herself off. Astor like got concussioned, and
No,
Romienji
you
got
can
stabbed.
cuss yourself, bro.
Look, I concussed myself as a result of the explosion to try and save Romienji.
You're the one who went near the thing.
Had to fucking set it off because your plan went awry, you demon child.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I guess you didn't get anything this session. Sorry. Right, stronger beliefs. Yeah. I mean, I did warn. I did give this warning when last we spoke that like if Scott's gonna join, then there is a good chance that not every belief is gonna get seen every session. So this is the price we pay for an extra character.
Well worth it just to hear Sphala's accent each session.
It is a very fun one.
Sorry about that, Lucian.
No, it's fine. Like, I didn't do much this session, so...
Yeah. So you should write stronger beliefs for next session, and then you can really push for them.
I'm trying. Okay.
This is a new experience for him, Will.
Look,
He's
if
had
I
the
don't
same
usually
belief
have
of don't
beliefs. I
interact with
usually
each
have,
other
like,
for the
here's
last
my
50 seconds.
character. Time to go kill things. Let's do a
look,
dungeon run.
if
sort of thing.
yeah, I mean, you can vouch for that. You can be like, right, let's
Yeah.
go to that treasure palace. Remember that? Let's go fight some mobs.
Treasure Palace sounds like a euphemism.
For what?
For what? Is that... Is it for vagina?
What?
What? I'm so confused right now.
Okay.
Look, it's someone's treasure palace. Wink.
Mhm.
Give me anything. You just
Okay.
continue. Will.
Jen.
Yep.
Tell us about your beliefs. What did you learn?
Well, I definitely got a persona.
For which one?
Number 3.
Yes. Yes, I would say so.
I did not let the children of Pulmagollum be taken away from their parents.
Except for one.
He wanted to stay there.
Yeah.
Also, I don't think he had parents. So
Yeah.
that's rather unfortunate.
You said, like... Oh no. Oh, no.
No, before Caramel got flooded, Talker and Tina were like living on the street.
Oh yeah, like I know that. I was just like suddenly my brain went, no, there were 4 children that stayed, and then I realized you were talking about just the ones from Golem or whatever,
Right,
or
yeah.
Caramore, and the other 3 weren't
Now-
those, and I just
While I did show the true divinity of Acer to somebody, it was not the Baron. So
Yeah.
I mean, by circumstance, you did.
No.
You had to go talk to the Baron, and like maybe.
no.
I
I think
my,
that, I feel
my,
like Believe 2 is like a backup in case you get arrested, right?
maybe.
Yeah.
I believe instinct number 3 got me into it put the story in an interesting direction because I was able to leap on top of the commander.
Yeah, I'd say so.
One.
So yeah, it's 1 fate, 1 persona.
I was very improper.
Also righteous.
Either one.
Yeah, I'd say righteous this session. Between talking to Sphela and like yelling at the guards and stuff.
Okay.
So that's what,
Another fate.
two fate, 1 persona.
Yeah.
And oh yeah, I didn't retcon this. I forgot to retcon this earlier, but like I feel like me adding your smuggler ex-boyf to that scene last session was somewhat forced, and I wasn't 100% happy with it.
I just saw a Pika that looked suspiciously like him.
Yeah, I think
Wait,
I think
instead
I'd
of a Pika,
rather...
can he still just be a rat?
I don't
Star-crossed lovers.
I don't want to introduce too many similar stocks, if that makes sense. So I'll think about it. Like one thing I haven't quite worked out or decided yet is like,
What if he's a weasel? What if he's a predator?
Well, weasel would be definitely different.
Catman.
Whether the yeah, I'm working on it. I haven't figured out like whether like what. Yeah, I haven't figured out whether the word Rodin still applies.
Okay.
If it does, then yeah, he probably can be a rat man. If it doesn't, then he's probably a Pika like you, or maybe a rabbit or hare person. But yeah.
Hello.
But yes,
Hello.
my point was I wasn't happy with just sort of shoveling him into that scene.
Okay.
And I would rather.
It was a very stressful situation. You know, you
there
see
was
things
like I
first.
thought it would complicate the scene, but it actually didn't in an inch. In
I
way,
was
yeah.
actually going to say that if we had gotten arrested, I was going to try to circle him up and see if.
Well,
he
you
could
wouldn't
help
need
us
to
escape.
because he's a relationship. But yeah.
Oh well, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I would try to see if like he could help break us out.
Yeah. So see that I think that would be a better move actually. Like if you had been arrested and everything had gone to shit, then you would be like, this. I'm gonna get this guy to jailbreak us, right? But like no relation to the army still. So yeah, that's just a little thing that I forgot to mention at the start of the session. But like I wasn't happy. Like I went away and thought about it, and I was like, that was forced and weird. So I'd rather introduce him in a different way later on. If that's all right.
That's cool.
Cool. All right. So add your Arta if you haven't already.
I have indeed.
And Romienji.
Whoa.
He's dead.
Whoa.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, I had muted myself because I was petting my cat and I was being obnoxious. Hello.
And you
Yes,
didn't let us hear her purr, you monster.
You're not
I
giving
didn't
the
wanna
people what they
interrupt
want,
stuff.
Kelu.
Can't
What they
believe
want is that
this.
cat.
Anyway, well, she's gone now, so.
No.
Well, she's on the floor next to me. But anyway, so I guess 2 and 3 got touched upon. I believe 2 and 3.
Yes, and you made tests for both of them, so let's think. So wounds are healed. You returned to the dam,
Mhm.
and I guess you technically have learned more about the flying machines, but I think I'm only gonna give fate because
Okay.
the bit like the first half is return to the dam. I think I'd like to see, and now you've left the dam again as well, since we're gonna skip forwards 2 weeks. So I think what I'd like to see for next week is like an expansion on Belief 2 that
Okay.
like talks about a plan of action relating to the dam and or the flying machines and or the golems.
Okay.
And actually, yeah, it might be worth merging Belief 2 and 3 for next session in some fashion.
Okay.
For Belief 3, yeah, also Fate.
Okay.
Um,
And then just merge them for next time.
yeah, find a way to merge them, because now that you kind of know, now that it's been semi-confirmed that
Mhm.
the dam, the golems, and the airships are all connected in some way, that like they do all belong under the same belief.
Okay.
You always kept an eye on Edvard, but it didn't get you in trouble.
Mhm.
um,
Didn't have any social conflicts this time. I think that's probably it.
yeah, you were more talkative today than so you weren't brusque.
I was not brusque. I was like, we gotta think of a plan. Gotta.
Edvard was the one of few words today.
It's true.
I was the one who's just lounging in the sun all day.
Catching some rays.
Yep, pretty much.
Okay, so that's 2 fate.
Okay.
And yeah, what I was gonna say was I think I'm more or less ready for like yeah, I think I'm more or less ready whenever you are for you to spend that deeds and
Okay.
to start becoming a true incarnate.
Okay. I have also like decided that I want the wings to just be there, and they're not gonna be ethereal ones.
Okay, fair enough.
And then I have a few questions about one of like the moon aspect thingy madoodles when we have more time.
Yeah, we can talk about that at a game. The one thing I was going to say is like, yeah, so I am more or less set for you to spend that deeds whenever you want.
Okay.
And start becoming an incarnate proper. But you're probably still going to want to spend it like at a properly dramatic time rather than just like on any old roll.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that like the dramatic moment is in your control now. So
Okay.
and well, we can talk about it a bit more whenever we talk about it. But like once, like after you spend that deeds, you'll get the breath attribute, and you'll get one of your 3 starting aspects with that.
Okay.
And the other 2 will unlock later. But so what that means is that like if you're in like a desperate situation and you need that power and whatever else, then you can spend the deeds and you'll get the normal effect of the deeds, and then afterwards you'll also have these new powers. So you can have like a big dramatic moment with that, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. So just to bear that in mind.
Mhm.
And Svela.
Lol. Okay, so for my beliefs. Well, I completed belief 1, which is there was a ruckus being caused on the outskirts of town. I'll investigate what's going on and see if I can offer help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completed that. I went there, investigated, and there wasn't really much help to be offered, so...
Well, you stood in the way.
Yeah, I stood in the way, so I helped in some way. So that's, what is it for completing a belief again? It's,
Persona.
I love Persona.
And I don't think Fate for Belief 2.
Nah, because all I did was make like I'm starting to make the walk there.
Yeah, you haven't like nothing's like got in your way yet.
Yeah.
Same really for
Three,
Belief
because I
3.
haven't done anything for it. Crafted anything.
I'd say take a Fate for Instinct 3.
Yeah.
Because it I don't think it initially got you in trouble, but like
But like
the
it's
follow
going
up
to
did.
cause something.
Yeah. So that's one Fate, one Persona, and you took a Fate already from Huma.
Yep.
And there was some good role playing today. How do people feel about embodiment?
For who?
I'm torn between Odelle and Svela, but what do other people think?
Let me look at what embodiment is.
It's Persona.
It's the
For a good role playing.
I feel like I get this a lot, so I think Spella should get it.
I think Svella, just because of the whole deep conversation that was had at like the campsite, I think was good.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of why I'm suggesting it as well. If nothing else, Svela.
I think it was a good start to her character.
Yes, I would agree.
Yes.
And
Yes.
she's successfully done what no other character has yet done, which is get you guys to talk about your backstories.
Well, you know, Scott's a slut for those backstories.
Yeah.
Oh, I love your back. Give me your backstory.
Okay, so take a Fate for that, Scott. No,
Ooh,
not Fate,
I've
Persona.
Oh, I've got 4 Persona. I'm rich in Persona, as they say.
Yeah, so it's worth mentioning Svela started with 7 Fate and like 1 Persona or 2 Persona, I think.
2 Persona.
Which was a carryover from her previous campaign.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few things that have carried over on Svela, so she's actually a pretty tough bunny.
Yeah, I'm fairly tough as
Good. I think we're gonna need her.
She's definitely the
Yeah,
tank.
I mean, yeah, 13 mortal wounds makes me really hard to kill. So
It's not just that she has a mortal wound of B13, it's that she also has a fort of 6, so the spacing is much wider on the rest of her wounds, which means that Svela's a B9 wound on Svela, which would normally kill Astor instantly, is only a light wound.
He's fine.
We've got another Donati, folks.
Yes!
The kill. I love that one.
Yeah. So literally like a tiny stab wound is equivalent on Svela to you are dead on Astor.
Yeah, but you could sneeze on Astor and he would die.
Yeah, you could.
But yeah, like for reference, Svela has the same combination of tough trait and endurance magic that Donati had.
Nice.
Or has. So yeah, that's why her mortal wound is so high.
Yeah.
So yeah, cool. All right. So that was session 19. And I think that's all the other time. Oh, steel tests. Actually, there probably isn't anything. We did most of the steel tests in session, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't
Svela didn't actually
Romienji
witness the spell, so nothing there. did Romienji what?
Did Romienji and Edvard witness the golem, which counts as like supernatural?
No,
or
you've seen
something?
that before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything on the steel front for anyone. So yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, next session, next week, right? Sunday for everyone.
Yeah, that should be fine with me.
Should be fine for me.
Okay.
Which day?
Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday? Yeah,
literally,
Sunday should be good.
literally a week from now.
Okay.
Lucian?
Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. Yeah, so next week we will skip forwards 2 weeks, finally coming out of the downtime, meaning you might as well do it now, Romienji, you can finally remove that wound penalty.
Hooray!
And
Oh, I should wipe my spell.
yeah. Cool. Also, I should just sort of finally say I've been working on it all damn week, but I have more or less finished like the bulk of powers for the incarnates. I still haven't figured out the scions or the forlorn. The scions are the least priority at the moment because no one is planning on playing one. So my next priority will be the forlorn. But I may be slower on getting that stuff figured out. But I think that's okay because Astor's got enough going on already. What else? Oh yeah, and because I will be going back to university in a couple months or less now, I will have less time to work on the game and the rules and the hacking and stuff in general. So I'm making a rule for myself now, which is so I made a big change to the like sorcery stuff again recently, for example. My plan is not to make any more big changes like that to the sorcery stuff, to the aspects and so on and so forth, except after trait votes from now on. So only if through play we realize that there's an issue with some of these mechanics will I change them. Sound good?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So that's it. That's all. Thanks for playing. Thanks for watching. If you're watching this on the recording. And we'll see you next time.
Bye.